All right. Hello, sports fans. All right. We are. Um. Yeah, we're gonna pay the a sick ass Magnus. This is a 1,000 subscriber celebration, which is like super late because I think we're up to 1,100 actually as of last stream. So yeah, way overdue celebration. But let that not stop us from having a little partay. And yeah, I just thought it was a fun little, like a nerdy little joke of like doing the guy that has 1,000 sons when you have 1,000 subscribers. It sounded like a fun thing, and also less expensive. The two options were either Magnus for the 1,000 sons 1,000 subscriber joke or 1,000 point army. Now this is the least expensive of these two stupid options, so that's why it was chosen, guys. We're balling on a budget here, okay? Oh, what's up, Mr. Dorf, joining us? Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Hey, Mr. I've had Dragon for you. We need to set up a little play date, little coffee date action soon. I have a dragon to hand you over. Um, yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Let's do that right now. I'll probably say it as I'm wondering. This will be the last stream for a little while because I'm making changes to the paint studio, where this painting booth is really taking up a lot of like real estate in my shop, like the work office, and it's not getting that much like value for me right now. So I need to might be might be, I need to kind of move it to make like a new work desk. Like I feel ever since I did the WTC like crunch time, I felt like I was like kind of handicapped into my setup for like my real job is painting minis, not making content. As some of you are really sad, maybe some of you are like, yeah, that's a smart business decision. You're bad at content, bro. I get it. It's all good, but yeah. So I mostly I paint like commissions and pieces to sell. Mostly that's how I spend my days, and so this like setup it takes like 4 feet, 5 feet. I don't know. It's like but it's all, like there's a camera, there's a microphone, there's this computer that can't move. It's I don't know. It doesn't matter. So I need to change some space, and so the streams are gonna be kind of postponed until I get this situation kind of like sorted out. So last one, let's make it a banger. That was that. And also same thing. If you're watching this in the future, maybe the channel is called MD Miniatures or something like that. Possible to I don't know what to do with the YouTube. I changed a lot of my again the back end of my painting thing. So the only like Hellfire Hobbies thing is still this YouTube, and then a couple of links in my courses and books that are harder to change or take more time. So if you end up following a page called MD Miniatures, just know it's still your boy, still us, and then the content is going to be very similar. Like I'm not going to change the type of content. Might be too cold for you to come out to. Well, I mean, to them, I'm gonna do this, and this guy is probably gonna take us some time. I don't recall. I remember we painted mics on stream, but I don't remember how long it took us to do so. I don't know how long exactly a Magnus is. So I would like to be done by 4 p.m. Right, so a 5 hour. I think 5 hours is a good like deadline for this. Like we don't really have a deadline, but more than that is like it's already a very long stream if we stream for 5 hours. Like I have some stuff to do. um but I think 5 is like a manageable hour to give us like a good showpiece. But because I don't expect them to be too long, because it's still like big chunky parts, right? Like if you look at the guy, it's there's not like a lot of like finer details on him. He's a big chunky fella, so it should go somehow fast. And then I bought this guy secondhand, so the nipples have been like really like the Orn nipple armor situation. It was like kind of broken, and I kind of like tried to fix it. And not the smoothest job ever. So we're gonna not put too much like effort. We're gonna try to mask this. We're not gonna make the chest piece like stand out, because that would just bring attention to the fact that it's not the perfect piece, right? So let us get started. I think the smartest way is probably to get started on the skin of our buddy, and then Um, work a little while the compressor cools down, then work on the wings a little bit, and then kind of alternate so that we can pace the compressor time. I think that's the most interesting. Which brings us to the next question. What color should we do? Now, Mr. Dwarves here, I don't know if anybody else here is watching. Do we go full purple, like the Jack treatment? Kind of an homage to our Twitch debut, where everything was purple all the time whenever I asked the chat. That's a cool way. We could make it burgundy. Mike's guy was burgundy. We painted the burgundy one before. It looked cool. It's my 2025 color palette of choice. We could paint it pink. I used to have a pink one at the store. I bought it secondhand. I thought it was really cool. I don't know how or where I got it, from whom, but I liked it. So could do, or we could do kind of a classic red, like a bright red. That's one of my favorite colors. So not a lot of like bad options here. Blood Bowl, probably gonna be like turquoise. The website from the custom team has like a illustrations of them. Like, not, I don't think they have like painted minis, but illustrations of them. Sheesh. Yeah, the guy wanted like the illustration. Pink stream element, but what the fuck is this? Why is the bot? What the fuck is this? I don't. This is the. What the fuck out of here? Never had that ever in any of these. This is fucked up. I'm not using any of the things. It's just a good old whatever. I don't know. If you see the bot acting up, just tell me. I'll ban the bitch. Okay, pink sounds cool with purple shadow. Hey, Batman. Look, I ain't gonna argue. You know what? I'm not gonna argue. Okay. Chat says. Oh yeah, I fuck yeah, clean that bit. Yeah, so probably yeah, not today for the dragon delivery. I don't know how long. Well, maybe we'll see when this ends. Because it's pretty close, and it doesn't matter. Cold. The cold doesn't bother me or something like that. The thing. Okay. Yeah, pink with purple shadows is kind of an interesting. Okay, I'm on board. Well, since this is just a one of, I'll just mix my own bright pink. Well, I say that, but also Falk. We might still. We might still. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think um, on this mini, we only really, well, for now, because we're gonna highlight this into like some sort of a probably bright gray, just to make this, Hellfire official. But I think, yeah, I think we only need to airbrush the skin. It could be wise to airbrush the armor depending on how you build it, but ours is kind of like 50-50, which is a worse ratio for airbrush time saving. Yeah, okay, let's go for pink here. And yeah, not mixing is gonna be fine because then we can kind of like blend in these like little feathers with like more purple and more black to them, and that's a very interesting like technique that I like to do on these bigger pieces. So we'll try to get that, and then maybe we also get that kind of like purpley thing into the air, so we get like black and black and pink. Or I think the hair is supposed to be red. Maybe that's why he's Magnus the Red, is because the big old ginger Cyclop wizard. That's a cool thought for you. Okay, so we got our airbrush going. It should work fine. And then we have our glass cleaner situation. All right, hello everybody. I'm happy to be. Fun day. I'm like the Wolfen unit. Oh, coffee thing. Yeah, so the wolf, I'm doing 20 wolf, and they are long as balls, and they're not that interesting minis, to be fully honest, and they're like 95% done or 90% done. So today we get a little reward for this. Oh, this is chunky. We need a whole lot of thinner. This is like super chunky. You guys can't see, but that's okay because it was a looked like a crime scene. This thing. Ugh. This guy. That might be too thin actually. Yeah, we'll just add a little bit of the chunky purple. Sounds like an Australian album, huh? The chunky purple. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, we are so back. Yeah, this is gonna be great. This is the mix right here. This guy is pretty large to do on stream. I hadn't thought about the logistics of it, but he like you can't move it around too much because it goes takes the full frame. Go that way, bud. Alright, let's see here. Look at that, nailed it. Alright, so let's do this. We'll start with the hand. Doesn't matter really. And we're not gonna leave any of the black. Okay. On the skin at least. I mean we won't overbrush the armor for no reason, you know. So our tactic here for this fella is to do a base coat of purple, like we're doing now. And then we're gonna highlight this up to like super bright pink. And then we're gonna come back with our purple and do some sort of like touch-ups on these darker areas or places that we want to blend in with the black. Bunch of ways of doing this method and this model, but I think that's gonna be a fun one. So and it's also a pretty simple one as well, so that keeps our time down. I'm gonna, you know, I'm not gonna pull a muscle here doing this. Because I would like this to do a start, like, because all of our streams were start to finish. Like we maybe sometimes the bases we didn't do, but like all the other streams, mini was start to finish. So I don't want this to be like an excuse for, oh well, you know, Fulgrim, Magnus is pretty big, so it's okay that we didn't finish. No, no, no. We want none of that. We're gonna try to finish our boy here. But part of that is also picking a scheme that is like realistic. Well, not realistic in terms of like looks. Obviously, this is a purple giant with one eye that's casting spells, but realistic in time of picking techniques and a style that we can achieve in this time frame, right? At some point we might, well, it might break off on its own, but we might need to break it from the base just to get access to the underneath of the beast. Give us some more spraying room situation. And since I'm not too sure what we're doing with the feathers and stuff, we're gonna do a lot of purple on them, and that give us some more room because then we can fix that later. But for now, no, this Fulgrim is the first personal project I did in a while. I guess the two last like personal projects were the two stream minis that have like literally no purpose whatsoever. I just because the lion and this guy is just because I have them lying around, so we're gonna paint them, but they have no Also start putting work on little dioramas and display boards that I have lying around as well. Just if I can like finish them and store them, that would be less like space taking. A lot of my like personal hobby projects are about cleaning my stuff, my pile of shame situation. Okay, so we got a good old fashioned purple. Just add some of the hair there. Again, just because the hair and the feather, I'm not too sure where we're going with this, so ain't no, we don't need to fuck with this. We'll just give them purple now, and that way maybe we save time later, or we end up repainting it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yeah, so yeah, I haven't done really like any personal thing. I've been pretty mission focused on my art here. But I'm pretty sure after like this stream, like, cause I'm really some a TikTok enthusiast lady told me recently I have a hyperfixation where I go all in on stuff when I do stuff, and so personal project is kind of the same. But now like I've been focused on like revamping my studio for commission painting and doing that. So that's been my obsession for a little while now. That's why we're doing this stream today. Is because like the delivery of the couple of things that I need to do this setup, like the two fixtures that I need to kind of like complete it. Besides moving this desk from to another place, are supposed to come in today. But yeah, so yeah, all my commissioned projects are kind of like put on alt. I don't think I did any modeling whatsoever, any miniature. I touched up some custodies because I played with them and naturally I broke a couple of them. This is how it is. And so I did touch ups on like a couple of the Custodes minis, and that was about it. Like I'm really motivated by like tournaments, and since I'm not really going or playing into tournaments, well, I don't hobby as much. For me, because I hobby a lot anyway. But we'll see. Oh yeah, the Custodes are back in Tupperwares for sure. They sucked at. Yeah, well, like it's not that they're bad because I've played bad armies. It's that they're not fun. Like I've played bad armies before, but at least they're fun or they do something. The Custodes is just plain old boring. Like it's plain old boring, and then you lose at the end, which is you need to get something. Uh, so focusing on Necron for gaming or Dead Guard, I don't have enough to do any really. I would need to build some more. I'm not focusing on gaming is the actual thing. I just pull stuff from Tupperware, see if it works or if I'm interested in. I don't have any real like ambition because if I took if I like focusing on something, then I would build models for it, and I would like kind of again when I do like decide to play, I take it kind of serious. All right, so we're gonna go from the top down here. Okay, this is a cool color scheme for sure. That's a good choice here by the Mr. Dwarf. This is a pretty good. So we're gonna cheat the hand here because it's otherwise it would stay completely purple, and that's too much. My secret stream goal is to not break this guy from the base before we're ready for it. But I doubt it will happen. But I'm like being extra careful to try to get it to stay on the base. Because the hand, anyway, we want to have some glow, like the little eye that's in the middle of the hand. I'm interested in making it glow a little bit. So not too. All right, let's get down to legs. Again, we have to cheat this. This is like a kind of, we're doing kind of a zenithal kind of highlight, but since it's so large, we have to cheat this in to get some more of that base coat in there. But the key is just going lightly when you do that. When you're like in the cheating step, or like instead of going from the top towards the bottom with spray, and I turn it around, then you have to go very light, because like this is the exact opposite of what we would like to do. Okay, but this is a very pink. Well, no, it's still very purpley for a pink mini, but we're in the right direction. But at least now we get some good shadows here and there, so that's cool. And we're just gonna cheat in some more pink in there, because I don't want a lot of like purple as the main color, because I would like the purple to be used elsewhere as like standalone purple. So if we have too much purple showing through on the skin, it makes the other effects not look as good. Almost dropped it, but I didn't. But I almost did, but I didn't. Okay, so now we could one that we could do a big shade right now with this, like if this was not like a stream, we could do a big like oil wash on this fella. um the problem, well, like the problem with doing this on stream is that, you know, we'll do an oil wash on this guy, and I'll see you guys tomorrow because we have to wait for it to dry. So it's not again, when I said like we have to choose our techniques a little, this is kind of what I mean, where it would be like a smart play, would yield good results, um to do it like an oil wash right now to get like some more, even more depth into the muscle, but also it would be a pretty sucky stream as a whole, you know. So we're not gonna do that. Instead, we're gonna keep highlighting. We're gonna use this one here, Fulgrim Pink. Well, we're in the wrong Primark area, but that's okay. Ooh, no, I don't play Chaos. I don't know. Oh yeah, this color is like, this is like baby, like powder pink, baby pink. It's I think that's like a French and English difference, right? Oh, this color is ooh. Oh, what have I used this in? Yeah, with little TV magic, we definitely could. That would be, yes. If I had like some, if I planned more, we could have a second Magnus, and then we just like TV magic the shit out of it and just switch it up around. That would be wise, but we need probably three, because if we do one oil wash with, like, you know, TV magic, why not do the armor as well with more oil washing, right? Like, I mean, why stop at one TV magic bullshit? But sadly, I do not have triple Magnus just for the sake of this oil stream situation. So I have to do it the old-fashioned way. So now we're going to be very much more precise with this, because this is potent stuff right here. So the first highlight we did was very all encompassing, right? We were pretty loosey goosey, and we were letting kind of like gravity do the work for us. Now this one probably can't do the same. is very muted as a color. I don't hate it, but it's very very muted. So I think maybe what we do next is we might still go for our shade, but maybe we take like a red shade or even volupus pink and we thin that down a lot. I mean, budget is kind of already down the drain. So like, why stop at one magnet? Like I bought this one for the sole purpose of doing this stream. It has no use in my life. This guy, you know. Sorry, I'm super out of frame here, right? Okay, but over. Okay, but now we're okay. Yeah, I wasn't too sure about like where we were heading, but I kind of like this now because now we have like a big a deep contrast. Okay, so I wasn't too sure, but as we did like the full, like the full mini, it makes a lot more sense, and I kind of like this a lot more than I thought I would. Yeah, this is okay. This is pretty sweet. I don't think we need to bring back a lot of the. I don't think we need to bring back so much pink in this. And this is because we were very very light with this color. I think we could have fucked it up really really. Congrats on 1K sub. Just hit 200 in my mauling challenge. A grind for sure. Just getting into Imperial Guard myself. Well, congratulations on 200. And that's Gotta start somewhere, you know. That's perfectly fine. Also Imperial Guard is ballin'. If you use Volupus Pink, I don't know. We could much option. If we use it with the airbrush, we need to thin it down like a lot, because otherwise we're gonna tend to. Because this contrast is not steep enough that would like this is kind of a like this would be a cheater's like slap chop type thing where we have like a pre shading, but it's not steep enough. Like if we wanted to do that, I think we need to go with more white because we could. There's still time. Like we could highlight this a lot more now, and then go with Volupus pink all over, and then use that Volupus. That's actually the more I talk about it, the more I like. My biggest issue is that I kind of like this color, but also I can see how the Volupus pink thing is very interesting. So that's a debate. Because I really dig this kind of scheme, like the hands and the. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think I want to fuck with it. I really like this. Um, yeah, I could be convinced. I will need to watch. I'll watch this because we don't need to keep this anyway. If you guys are really into this whole idea of Volupus Pink, I'm not gonna fight you because I dig Volupus Pink. Yeah, it looks kind of fully painted just because we have like a whole lot of overspray. But I think once we add the metallics, I think we're gonna be in a good place. Um, yeah, yeah, you know, I think we're gonna keep it like I think the next Magnus I buy out of stupidity, um, we can probably do with Volupus Pink because I don't need a whole lot of convincing to use Volupus Pink, or that technique altogether. Is just a. Okay, but now let's see. Oh, I guess we should use the. Please hold. So now we're gonna do what I said we would do at the beginning here. We're gonna come back with our purple. and then we're gonna do all of the areas like around the hair and stuff, like the feathers in the hair, and we're kind of gonna get like a head start with this. And we might as well do the freaking, come on, Chunky. This. So now we can use more thin. Now remember, our base coat was like pretty on the thicker side, but now if it's thinner, it won't matter. We'll just make this next step smoother. I think Volupus pink is not the fluo pink at all. Because the fluo, there's one that's like very bright pink. It's like I think it's called Doomfire or something. That's like the, because Volupus pink is like a pretty darker shade of pink. Okay, so now we got our purple back. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna do, now this is a lot more like freehandy type thing where we're just gonna blend this into all the feathers area. So where like the feathers kind of connect with the skin and everything. So we don't really have to think about it too much. Cool. Otherwise, we have to really like, we have to be really careful about how we do this, like this kind of blending thing. Now we can even do that on the horns, I think. So I'm being very careful around the, because the face I would like to be like super light pink. We just have to like kind of like mind where we're spraying this stuff. Guess we can use this here. Look at this. Yeah, Doomfire Magenta is like the but it's one of those like, you know, if you paint it, it's not gonna do like the contrasting. It's gonna be like kind of opaque. So it's one of those that you need to really thin down. Okay, so this is not the most appealing thing on stream, so I apologize, but we need the masking thing, otherwise we're gonna get like some dark purple overspray everywhere. So, ghetto mask this. Come on, man. Okay. And then we'll do the bottom part here. And so I'm doing this now because now, right now, if I hit this plate, who gives a crap, right? Because it's not painted, so we're just gonna repaint it anyway. Whereas if we try to do this later, then we need to be like insanely precise. Like we don't really need to add any complexity. This is already a complex thing to paint. We don't need to add any extra like challenge or whatever. But doing this, it makes this like blending way easier. So bonus, you know. Go. So now we have this, again, this kind of crazy, kind of a crazy looking blending. But I like this as a start. I think if we were a little bit more bought, we could maybe do a little tail. But I think it's a very stupid little detail that we're not gonna like. We're gonna not put any effort into it, and then we hope that nobody kind of notices it, because I really This and the armor like nipple horn thing, I'm not a big fan of. So we're just gonna pretend that they're not really there, and we don't need to think about it too much. That's our plan. Some might call this cheating or being lazy, and they might be right. We're not gonna discredit them for thinking that. But this is our mini. We do what we want. Okay, okay. Let's dump this back, and then we'll pull black, and black will be very quick because we don't have a whole lot to do, but it will make this pink to purple to black transition really cool if we do it with the airbrush, and then we can kind of the black then we'll touch up with like an actual brush to do some cool highlighting and maybe introduce another color into this mix, like turquoise, for example, or blue. Actually, like a dark blue would be interesting because oh shoot, we should have done the wings. Oh, that's a well, it doesn't matter. We'll do the wings at the end, or we'll do the wings next. In the next part of this affair. It doesn't matter. They're all the same, but then the wings were also absolutely no plan. I was thinking black and blue just to introduce some blue into this miniature because it is a Thousand Sun. You have to assume it goes into a blue army, right? That's like the premise of this whole affair. Like I don't have a blue army to put him with, but I'm just saying it if this guy would ever like see play, it should be with like a. Okay, so now we're gonna need our ghetto mask more than before. And the reason for that is that black overspray now is like the worst that we could get because nothing is black on this except like this. Now move this. Now this is not perfect, but we don't really need it to be, but we just want this purple to black to be kind of a good fade. That's all I'm after, because then we can repaint the other parts that are not the faded parts. Same thing here, where we just really want to smooth out this like transition. And then the horns is the same thing. Right. So now if you look at the horns, we can't really tell where the purple's ends and the black begins. That's kind of what we're after, because then we can touch up this black with some better like highlights and stuff. But at least we get like this cool looking blend thingy. So the more we're painting this, the more I think painting red hair would be completely stupid on this miniature. So I'm leaning against that, and that's why I'm mixing in some more black to this. I'm gonna maybe keep some of that like purple transition, because now right now it looks a little bit weird, but once we do the crown, then there's gonna be a big break in between all those colors. Right now it just looks kind of like a slop. But that's because we get only overspray, but the crown is not done. But once we do the crown, now it should look better. Like we'll see, but I have high hopes that it will look better. And then the end of the hair we don't really need to do, again, because that's the part where we can just brush on. We just want the transition part to be silky smooth. This one here we can't really see. Like you see better with the camera and the light directly shining than because the more like this skin color leans itself very well to a very dark miniature. Like that's what I'm And so I don't really know where we're heading with this. But this, like, if we were to do everything in like silver and black, we'd get like a very interesting look. Now, it would not look super Thousand Sunsy, and that's the main, I think, problem. So if we had like a whole like kind of concept or an army to go with it, it would make some more sense. But since it's just a single mini, maybe we try to bring back a little bit of that Thousand Suns look. That's the theory behind this. Um, Feel free to disagree or tell me what to do. I'm very this is like a literally a model that means nothing to me. So as long as we make it cool, we can crowdsource all of these colors. Like, you guys get to tell me what to do. Up to, up to a certain standard. Like, we're not painting the hair orange. Okay, it's not happening. You can suggest it as much as you. It's not happening. Is all I'm saying. Like, it needs to look cool at the end. Is the only criteria that I have, and then we can do what we want. By we, I mean you guys. Right. So we'll get to the wings later. We'll give the compressor a little chill time, okay? Because now there's a lot. Like, we can start on a lot of base coats on this guy. Like, we can take like a big brush, and then like purple and gold is such a cool combo that I think we might want to go like the full gold treatment. That will also speed up kind of this painting process. That's worth exploring. But again, since I want to keep a little bit of this like kind of muted colors, because that our skin is very muted when you think about it. It's not like the fluo color. So I think we'll use this good old Rune Lord brass here, and we'll use a. You know what we'll use a sip of coffee. That's what we're gonna use. Make that a twofer. Okay, now we're cooking. So I'll just use. Let's say this big ass, completely unusable brush here. And then we'll use this, and then we'll just. I'm taking this big brush because we're gonna do one big plate just to see kind of what we get out of this. Because maybe we don't like it, you know. So we just have to like this moderately because metallics always look kind of wacky when they're only base coated and they don't have like any extra work on them. So, like, by default, it's gonna look a little bit stupid, but we just have to kind of use the power of imagination here to see what we think it's gonna look like when it's done. And then we're gonna go one base coat, and then we're gonna try to finish the color, and then move on to the next color for this mini because the base coats are hella long. So if we were to do all base coats, the next like 2 hours would just be me painting random base coats and nothing getting finished, and that would suck. Uh, Not so much for me because it's the proper way to paint the mini. It's just also the most boring way. So since this is for y'all to see, we're not gonna do the boring way possible. We're just gonna in the most kick-ass way. Also, the bonus of that is we're not gonna get like undone metallics for a long time, which is great because the undone metallics look like ass, and it makes it harder to judge the final product, like what our mini's gonna look like at the end. Because undone metallics, like what we're doing now, always looks like crap. Just Google some Magnus, saw some silver plate armor with gold detail. Look, I think that's the most common. I think that's the Games Workshop like way is silver plates. Yeah, silver plates with the gold trim and the gold like filigree and stuff. Which now is a stupid because this is not. If we want to do that, this color that we're using now is not the proper color to do this, because this one is very like brass is basically silver, silver with bronze mixed in for all intents and purposes, or silver with a little bit of gold in it, I guess. Gold with a little bit of silver, sorry, and then platinum is silver with a little bit of gold. Um, so this would not be the like we should have used like a flat gold instead. Yeah, brass and platinum are all like declination of metallics. In terms of color, I mean, not in terms of how it's like what it's made or how it's dug. Okay. Okay, but this is yeah, I think we're onto because the cool thing about this silvery thing, this gold sorry thing, is that we can shade this with a lot of purple. And now we're like we're bringing more purple to the mini, and I think that's interesting. Here I want to be careful. I don't want to fuck up too much on what we did. The feathers, even though the feathers are not completed, I want to be careful. And I'm using this wacky ass brush, so need to be extra careful. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna work, guys. I have a good feeling. I mean, again, to quote my friend Charles, like this mini looks really good on plastic, so it's really hard to fuck it up when you're painting it, right? Okay, okay. And that side here. Yeah, we get this color combo is pretty sweet. Well, like, cause like the real Magnus, they also do his little cloak situation. They do it like white, I think. Me makes no sense. Although it is like fitting for the pre, because the pre Heresy Thousand Suns have like white little cloaks with their like metallic red armor. So you know, like I get the idea behind it, but to me, in terms of like a centerpiece model, it should fit the model the if it's a centerpiece model, it should fit the rest of the pieces that it is being the center of. Well, we fucked up a little bit. By we, I mean me, of course. Get a couple of feathers. That's fine. Well, okay. All right, let's keep doing the little legs here. This is gonna be a long step, fellas. So now's the time to get some work done. Get a little beverage or something. This step here. Time consuming because it's big base coats and it's the bulk. Like when we're done with this, it's like probably like it's at least 75% of this part of the mini that's done, right? Because we just have to do the feathers and then the legs and a couple of gems. Like it's really this guy is like flesh and armor and then wizardry bullshit. There's not a whole lot of wizardry bullshit compared to the flesh and the armor. Okay, now I don't. I'm trying to remember why I had like a pink Magnus and where I got it. I know I got it because of my buddy Austin, but I don't remember like how, like because I didn't paint it. I got it secondhand, and I kept it because my buddy Austin. That was in the time when you could mix and match all chaos stuff, and so Magnus like never really with Thousand Sun. It was just Magnus being like with other chaos shenanigans. Those were like the darker days of 40k, if you ask me. But that's that part was mixing all the chaos into some legendary bullshit was like kind of fun, but the game was not. From my little fluff bunny aspect of it, at least, not the most, not what I enjoyed the most compared to now Hammer. Okay, okay. But it was very like this guy is like not pink, the darker cousin that Magnus. But this one here is going to look much better than the one I had. So that's a. Oh boy. Lawn gnome 8 to foe. Dang serendipitus. I'm just starting painting T-Suns for Buddy. Was hand tremors too bad to paint. Just figuring out my Magnus process. Oh, yeah, Magnus is a fun dude to paint. Honestly, there's like so much stuff that you can do. Is yours already built? I guess that's the first starting point. Because like, if you're this one I bought secondhand, so it was like pre-built for me. I just had to do some light chopping. Um, but if it's not built, I think the best bet is to not glue any of the armor plates, and then that way you can save a whole lot of time, and then you can kind of like put the plates as you go on it. That would be kind of the first step, I guess. And then figuring out like the skin color and armor color is the second, the second part. That's probably what we did here. Is like that's what we started the stream with. Is like figuring out what we wanted each thing to be, and then work from there. And now it's all chaos. Oh yeah, and then the wings are pretty snap fit. I'm pretty sure like this one I got lucky, I guess, because they were not glued in. But I'm pretty sure like you could get them to be on the mini. Sorry, we're gonna take a little paint break here, just for our buddy lawn gnome. It's like look at this. Get this one here. Is it in yet? Oh, there we go. Couldn't find the hole. Well, okay, so the good news, bad news situation. The good news is like one wing like kind of stands, like you know they're not glued in. The bad news is I broke the fucking staff, but that's yeah, pretty sure it was pre-broken for our convenience, but we'll fix it. But yeah, so the wings are like really snap fit. Like basically, you don't need to. So you don't even need to glue them, and then you could play with this fella, and it would be fine. I think. Obviously, not the best. Like I'm probably gonna glue them because fuck that. You saw how clumsy I am, but like, they hold like pretty. Like the wings are like pretty. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure it was already broken. Don't like it was fixed at least one. Like this is not. This is you guys making a big deal out of this. This is not. Don't worry about it. So anyway, yeah. So the wings is a pretty. Like they're a great build on this kit. You know. Yeah. Let's fix the staff. I guess. Yeah. I'm thinking of like, are we gonna break it again? And if so, how many times? But you know what? Let's get the counter going. So we have one breakage so far. Yeah, that was definitely pre-broken. I didn't do this much damage with one little. That looks straight to you. Straight. Okay. Just like me, looks pretty straight, but is it really? Who knows? Uh. okay. Sorry. I'm okay. Okay. Back to it, dude. Okay. I know fucking right. what was I thinking? I had a thought for a quick second while we were. Well, I see we were breaking this stuff, but come on, we all know who did it. Oh yeah, I was thinking because there's some metallic parts in the wings. Maybe we should actually get onto the wings right now, and then just so we can do all this stuff. So I think we're gonna take a quick. We're gonna bring out the airbrush, and now that means we have to figure out the wings. Now, I'm a big proponent of mostly black right now because I think it fits well with this aesthetic, and especially if we have like all the horns and the feathers and the claws in black. I think the wings being mostly black with like some like what I would like is some purple here where they connect because then that fits with what we did in the back here. I don't know if you guys can tell like the purple, like we had extra purple shadow next to where the wings connect, and then that fades into black, and then our black is going to be highlighted with turquoise. And then maybe if we're feeling like saucy, we do all these little like spell situation in bright green or something. I think that's a question for much later, but I think purple fade into black, fade into turquoise is like the way to go here. So unless you guys have like a very strong opinion about not doing that, say so now. And then otherwise that's where we're heading with this, right? So if you disagree with what I just said, now's the time. Again, we're crowdsourcing this, so I don't want to say there's no wrong answer because there definitely are some wrong answers. Okay, but like, this is definitely not a we're doing this my way because I say so right now. Lots of options offered to us. Would you pin wash it? Well, I mean that would be again. We have a strong take against not using oils on the stream because waiting time is good. But yeah, we could definitely pin wash it and then just do like a very thin down like thin down spray of our like glowy color. That would be like kind of the El Minoturista's mini painting technique. Works really great. He's a great painter. using the techniques that easy using is a smart way to do business, you know. So that would be a good way to get the glow. I just don't think, because the buddy boy over here has like a glowing hand and a glowing like staff situation. So I'm not sure how much like big glowy stuff you actually need on the wings. That's, and also these details are like very poorly like sculpted in, like this, it doesn't have like a clear beginning and a clear end. It also, why would this be like kind of metallic, or like it's just a weird fucking detail to me. I'm sure it matches some fucking animal that I can't think of right now. That's like, oh yeah, this very specific type of like bird. That's probably in a Christmas song, because has like these things on its wings, and they, whatever. I don't know him. So we're gonna start with our purple. I hate birds, but in case you guys couldn't tell, hate birds. Okay. We're gonna start with this piece here. That's like the connected part. And we're not gonna go too deep with this, because we don't want, these wings are not meant to be purple. We just want that purple kind of like mix to blend in with the mini, when the mini starts with purple. So that's why we're doing this step. I think maybe here on the claw or something. Again, not a whole lot of reason, except all the other claws have like the base is purple. So that's what I want to do on this one, because that's not a feather up top. This one here is a claw. So like I'm trying to keep all of the same like styles, I guess, throughout the miniature. Right. Ooh. Okay, okay. Oh, it's a piece of armor. I was like, what's it? What this thing is? But that's a piece of armor. Okay, I get it now. Right. So that gives us like a good start. Now we can get onto the black, and you can see the primer is like kind of wacky. Like there's some, I don't know if you, well, yeah, it's hard to see. It's like not even at all. There's like very shiny areas, and there other areas are not. You can see it here. Like I don't know exactly why. So I think we're just gonna need to give it this like a whole, this whole affair like a clean black coat before we move forward. Um, and I guess the next part is, do we want to go with like a more blue type of turquoise or a more green type of turquoise? I am leaning towards a bluer kind, because first of all, it fits with Thousand Suns a little bit more, and also because our like accent color is going to be bright green, so the less kind of the less green looking colors we have around this probably makes more sense. Uh, Again, this is just a thought. Okay, so we'll use contrast paint here that I got. That's a lot of contrasting. But this is a Black Legion. Black Legion is not like a real contrast paint. It's actually just black paint that's masquerading. as a contrast, but it ain't. So again, I'm gonna just do one coat on everything, just because I want the black to be like really kind of the same black across the entire thing, not just like patchy. Here we're going to be a little bit more careful as we get, so we can leave some of that purple showing through, right? So we're going to do the exact same thing on the other side. Now I'm going to hold it here, because that part is like no black or all. Right. So we keep some of that purple going, but mostly we get like this good clean black across the entire thing. Okay. One down, one to go. Right now. And then I guess the next question with our wings is how much like brush work do we want, and how much, because like we could do, and we could do like mostly airbrush and not have to do any brush work. But we could also kind of just set ourselves up for like a good dry brush, like a good, the dry brush goes a longer way than a lot of people think. And it is not because like this is like a higher end kind of mold that we necessarily think, oh, dry brush sucks ass, because we could get like a lot of value, because these wings have like all the details, everything. So like we can get like a whole lot of like contrast in this piece with just a clever use of a dry brush. If you guys think it's stupid, we don't need to. Okay, so we get some purple. We're maybe just a little more black here. Okay, cooking. Other side. Come on. Yep. Perfect execution. Okay. Right. So that was pretty loosey goosey of a step, when it comes to airbrushing, we're really vibing, I guess. What Tim would say. We're just vibing with it. It's not a real technique. We got her done. That's what we did, but it is what it is. So I think now I go for. Oh, maybe that Space Wolf color that I'm. Oh, yeah. Okay, guys, I think I'm on. Okay, That's okay. Yeah, okay. We're gonna give the wings a little try here. Okay, might not work, might work. I don't know. I mean, well, turquoise does. Turquoise is like is because I know it's gonna work. That's why I want to use it. Is because I know the outcome. Because I've done this like specific technique a bunch of times. So And I kind of don't want to have to start over on the mini. Uh-huh. Interesting debate. Oh wait, do we try something and maybe it fucks up? Or do we go with the time-tested strategy? You guys tell me. Guys, let me... I'll take coffee while somebody answers this. We're taking whoever answers first. I don't care. Time-tested or maybe we fuck up bullshit. Somebody's... I'm sure somebody's watching. Ain't no wrong answer to this. We don't get too attached to the outcome of this. Don't worry. Okay. Well, apparently, buddy is deserting me to eat food and whatnot, so that's fine. Ain't no big deal. So we are gonna do shit on the ground. Do it on the ground. Is what we're gonna do. No, we're gonna do. Yeah, let's do the time tested thing that I know will look good. I know it's gonna look good. That's why we're doing it. We're gonna go stick it down scale green. That's a baller color. I like that very much. Go. Because this adds a lot more blue to our like kind of story. Like this is this color they call it sea green, but this is really like a bluish tone color. Oh yeah, maybe a little bit more thin down, just so we can get like a silky smooth highlight. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, now we're in business. All right. So do tip of the claw again because my goal is to do the claws that way, and then the wings. So what we want is to get the bottom parts of like the tip, I guess, of the wings, and then the general shape of it. So it's kind of a weird situation. We'll start with the tips, and we'll kind of blend that in as we go. We'll get more careful as we get here because there's more purple. And then since this is like kind of our wing like side, I guess. So we have like more turquoise that way and kind of around so that this whole part here stays like black. I don't know if that makes any sense, but and then we'll do the same thing on the other side. But the other side is kind of like the exact reverse in terms of like the general highlight. The tip we're still doing the tip of the wings with this like sea green type thing. And very careful here because there's a lot of purple going on. Now instead of doing the general shape with leaving a big hole here, this is the part that we actually want more blue. We have a mostly blue type wing, and there's not a whole lot of contrast here at this point in time. That's okay. That's what we're gonna build later on because the airbrush is like still like a limited tool. Like we can't do everything with it. Like we can try, but it's not the best use of our airbrush. So because again, we'll get more. Like even though we go fast and we get like the core of our like color on there with the airbrush, with if we do just a quick dry brush, we're gonna get like a better grasp of all these details, and it's just as simple. Like a dry brush and airbrushing is like very uh, similar in terms of like skills and stuff, right? Like neither of these techniques that what we're doing now, at least, is not very complex like airbrush situation. That one goes that way. This is gonna be our highlight is gonna be that side, right? Because that wing is like top down, so this side here needs the darker. And then same thing here, but then we have a big hole, so that part here is gonna stay black. That's our. Again, we're doing the tips mostly. We're starting with that. That's the. Right, so we're just again we're gonna keep this big like hole situation in black, because then that will give us like a big, a big contrast, and then we can even highlight a little bit here, like the hair and stuff. Again, we're not gonna. This is not gonna be like the final kind of color, but we'll get some highlights on there already. Oh no, I broke the stuff again. Okay, well this stuff stays off for now. We'll fix it at the end there. Oh, what a shame! What a shame! Hey, look, I break because I care. Okay. Uh, that's that. Okay, so let's clean this up. We don't need this. So I think this kind of like settles our airbrush for now. We'll use it towards the end there. We'll do the base and the glowy stuff with it. But for now, we can put this airbrush to the side. Okay, well, 1 hour 17 minutes in this, and we are doing quite great actually. Like this is going like pretty fast actually for what we still have to do. So I think we'll be here. We won't be here the whole. This is not going to turn into like some wacky evening stream thing where I'm like spending lying. So much pain thing. I will. Once I clean this airbrush, though, I do need to check on the delivery thing, see if it's today or tomorrow, just so I can maybe better plan my thing. I'm getting fixtures delivered here for the shop. Ooh, excuse me. I sneeze with my whole body. Going full dad mode. Letting the neighborhood know. Right. There is gone. We'll put the wings. Oh well, the wings we do kind of need because Let's get back to our gold situation. All of this started because I wanted to do the gold. I guess we'll do this part here and then. we can do. Let's see if we can just stick to one. Like this would be like a kind of almost like a 3-color. Oh, this is this off a 4 with the glow, but it's not really because we're gonna introduce some other colors in there. But really, like we're getting like a 4 tint model with all of this. So keeping all 3 colors really tight, having this one wild green color for our glow is very interesting. Keep all of our colors like with a lot of darkness to them, including this metallic. We're gonna shade like motherfuckers. This stays really dark, and then we can do the cloth and everything in black. That would be like a very interesting like model on its own. Again, the main issue with that model is like it's gonna look really cool, but then fitting it to an army is gonna be a lot harder. I guess the good thing is we don't have an army to go with it. It's just a random ass model that I own, so maybe we don't need to overthink this too much. Then again, overthinking is fairly, thinking in general is not really the thing I do too much of. So why start overthinking? We barely think, right? Right. And we could have airbrushed this, but because it's the random fucking. But like, since we broke it, we might as well have airbrushed it. It would have saved us some. Like, there's no value in doing this by brush. You know what I mean? Like, it's the result is not better or any like we gain absolutely nothing by having to do this with a brush. Because it takes us like 20 minutes to do that. It's better, far from it. Get a similar result in 2 minute option is way better. Don't try this with girls that don't understand this argument. Told them many times. Look, sure, take a bunch of hours, but can't get this done in 2 minutes. Won't even know I was there. Uh, doesn't work for some reason. Okay, enough of that. All right, all right, all right. Back to the. Okay, so that's a fine base coat. Now let's do the let's dabble with the wings a little bit. Or maybe we do just like one leg of our buddy boy. Yeah, let's do one leg of our buddy boy. Get us back into the because he has the most. So we'll use the wings as kind of to break the monotony of this big fella. Well, again, our the aim for this is to do all of the gold situation and then move on once it's like highlighted and shaded and there's not gonna be like a break. This is a long step because this is like a third of the mini. Well, no, with the wings it's about a third. Yeah, like the wings is one part, the armor is one part, the skin's one part, and that's about. Then there's a couple of like hair and stuff. Well, I guess the hair we're doing the same as the wings, so. Like our last like our real question is what do we want to do with the cloth, because there's like these two and then there's this one here, and that's really kind of our last like question mark. This whole miniature, and the classic color is white, and we're like 100% not doing that because it fits nothing of what we did. Because like the white cloth fits well with, you have like a very dark, like the dark red skin, but then also the bright armor. Because that's why like the Games Workshop way is like a light silver. Like the armor is light silver with some gold accents. And so the white cloth kind of works in that regards. But since that's not what we're doing, doing that in white is a good idea. One reason I like this color specifically for the armor, the Rune Lord Brass, is that this is a very good way to do the Thousand Suns afterwards. Like, let's imagine I purchased a whole Thousand Sun army because I'm a degenerate. Like, I have a Magnus, so why not purchase the rest of the Thousand Suns, right? Um, Doing the Thousand Suns with this base color is a really good way. Pleases me. Because I like to think of the minis I paint as part of their own little armies. Even though this guy has no army right now. Like, we're not painting it to match anything. It's his own thing, but full arm. At least like a little four. Like, I did the dead guard thing. I restarted my dead guard. I got up to 1,000 points. Even though I only wanted to paint a couple of characters. I was like, oh well, we should add like a little. So he has the giant belt here, and I don't know if we should do it like the full WWE style of belt, where we could do the whole sides. I think maybe we keep that in the same color as the little cloth. Or we. I like the minimalistic kind of color idea. I think do the belt in gold. This is black. This is black. This is black. Gold details here. Gold. So let's postpone the belt for a little while. Let's ponder upon this. Maybe once we finish the rest of the gold sections, maybe we have a better idea of what to do with it. Because the belt really doesn't like not does not matter. Like it matters as, and that's a choice we have to make, and it's going to change the way the meal looks for sure. But it's not. If the best color is black, that's what we're doing. The best color is gold. That's what we're doing. Whereas this piece of armor that we're doing right now, this has got to be like. There's no way this is not gold. You know what I mean? That in that sense, that's what I meant when I said the belt doesn't matter. What color we end up doing, not like a deal breaker. It's not a forced thing. Whereas a lot of the other parts on this. Okay now. Okay now. This guy is gonna turn out alright, guys. It's gonna turn out alright. Also with the gold now, the busted up like nipple horn section thing is kind of working better. The primer was not kind of helping. Now that it's like painted, it's less like obvious, I think. Also, there's like a lot of other details in the armor around it, so we get kind of a lucky break, I think, in that regards, where the other details are much more interesting to look at than the kind of the hole where the nipple horn was. So All victory for us. We take those. You know, we take these victories. So, do you see this little? That's an armor plate there, and we need like a smaller brush to that area. This is a very stupid little detail. We'll finish this plate and then we'll do a little brush switch. All right. Break count is all right. Let's take a smaller. We'll clean this one quick. Let's take a smaller brush and let's do the like the inside of the armor piece. That guys small enough. Let's use our super tiny thing. It's overkill, but whatever. If we don't make a mistake, it's like bonus. So might as well try our hardest not to make a mistake. Well, still done missed. We haven't, but there was time. We could have. Okay, and then back to our bigger brush, which we might not need. Well, yeah, there's this plate. This weird. There's two plates on the one side, then the. Well, we have this. Let's do. Sorry. Well, we have the small brush. Never mind. Do the smaller details here. Namely, like the crown is like a interesting smaller part. It's not like that. It's not that small, but it's definitely. So again, now that we have like a lot more, now that we have like a lot more of the metallics on there, it looks a little bit like ass. Need to. This is the moment where you have to know that it will turn out better as we paint more colors. Right now, it does not look good. Like unworked metallic is pretty much a. The helmet is very weird as well. It's really hard to tell where the face begins and where the helmet is. It's weird detail. That this is what makes the most sense. We'll do the one eye like it's part of the helmet. I think that looks in, well, the one that's not an eye, obviously. And then we'll do the two like spikes or whatever they are on the horns as well with this smaller brush. We go. That's pretty. We're getting somewhere with this, guys. We are getting somewhere with this pellet. Right. Right. Yeah, we'll need to touch it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The horns are fucked. But that's, you know, that's not a big deal. Like the front and the back don't. Like I see it. I know it was designed like that, but it's just weird. Like it almost looks like the two pieces are not glued together properly because they don't align. But not it. That's how they were designed. A weird fucking design. Okay, so we're gonna switch back to the bigger brush now. Okay, but this is I mean the hair is fucked. Okay, never mind the hair, but the we're getting somewhere interesting here. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I need to do one thing. I'll put the be right back screen, but I'll be here in like 30 seconds. Right. Apologize for that. I needed to blow my nose, which is great because now I feel like I can actually breathe, which is kind of nice. Like it's a nice thing to be able to do. You know, clean, clean hobby of mine is breathing. Uh, try to do it every day at least a little bit. Okay. let's get back to our main hang here. So we have three big pieces on this, and then the wings, and then we can move on to some more fun, the highlighting and the shading, all of this gold. So stop looking like. That will be like a big morale boost, right? Like when you what you're doing sucks. Like what we're doing now, really, it sucks. There's no way around it. Like the base coat of like metallic, it did not look good. So what we're like, we spent the last like I don't know 45 minutes or some base coating something that does not look good. It doesn't feel great, but do this because we know that the end result is going to be. And I just made see this see the little line there. Yeah, one's supposed to be there. It's okay. It's all good. The thing that we do here is to permanent fix it. I really don't know why I'm bothering with undertone of. Okay. Okay. Two more pieces, guys. We're almost there. I can feel victory. Because one again, once that is done, thing. It was not painted for some reason. That's okay. Oh, next up we have to check for like rings and stuff. Games Workshop are really fan of putting rings because they like them, so they put rings on. So we'll double check because real popular trend. Okay, but also like we're here, you know. We are in. Right. So now we have the staff and then a couple of book details. Very nerdy, but I don't really know what that is. Got like a jingle bell of the butt. Very Christmassy. we'll do kind of like extra, like we'll do all of the weird parts around the book in gold, and then we can kind of like walk that back if we don't like it. Instead of like the opposite where we do maybe not enough and then we come back and we go, oh, this should have been gold, and we have to do some gold. Do like all a whole lot of gold and then okay. Okay. And then I think all the smaller details we'll do in silver, so that way we can introduce some silver into this without overtaking the entire mini with silver, like the this connector here, the ones here, and then a couple of other, like we can add in these little details here and there. Oh, poop! There's the two parts on the wings as well. Okay, we're back. We're back with gold. Sorry. Thought it was over, but it wouldn't over. Camera? Yes, okay. Really invested in not fucking up. Remember that we're streaming. Okay. Stomach is. I don't. I'm pretty sure the mic doesn't capture. But my stomach is making. I don't. I don't. I'm trying to think like what I ate like yesterday. Making this wild. Okay. Ooh. Careful here. Oh well, we need some touch ups up. Didn't realize how it like. It's a weird. Like it feels like something should be like on that side, eh? Maybe that connects into the mini somehow. It also weird, but maybe that probably connects because it really like stops. Like I don't. Well, guess we'll find out. You know, gold on my glove, so check that we're not putting fucking gold on something. Like looks like we're. That's an issue I found with like gloves is like sometimes you don't notice that and like get wet really, right? So you don't notice that you got paint on you and then smudge up some. Okay. Okay. You see, like this one here, kind of like it loops around into something else. That's what I was like. Why is the other piece not doing that? Is the thing that puzzles me. Uh, this was a long step, but if you're here still, thank you for like sticking through this. Not the most part, but again, first of all, there's no way to paint this meaning without this dreadful step. But also, like now we're like really in the thick of it because we're literally almost there. Yeah, this is pretty cool. And then we don't have a lot going on for the wings. That's because they're not done really. We airbrushed like 3 tones, and then we're like moving on. But like really, we'll get to that part next, right? Or, oh hey, just Sal stuff. Keep on kicking ass, homie. Always love you. Thank you, Sal. Sal, my man. Always here. Always here. Hey, bud. Okay, we are almost there. I've run out of things to say about this gold. I apologize. I've run out of things. There's so many ways I can say we're painting gold. You know, 45 minutes later, and which is it's like, but that Okay, maybe there's no other pieces because this one ends the exact same way. The other one, a weird fucking. It's just a weird fucking because it ends in a weird way is why I'm thinking there might be another piece that we don't have obviously. Like the way that the piece like kind of like finishes is what I don't know. That might make it just I don't think it matters because like that's not this tiny detail is not what people should notice about these. Okay, back. Up. Right. Almost done with this. You gotta finish this right, because like you can't just like half-ass this, because pretty bored of the gold at this point. We'll have to go up, collect. Otherwise, later we'll get to that and we'll go, oh, this doesn't work because somebody else half-assed their job. Can't blame anybody else but us. So if we could blame somebody else, maybe we would shortcut this. Just if this fucks up, it's our fault, right? Gotta show up. Let's do. All right, and then the two. Chunky. Oh, I should check to see if the everything. Then again, it doesn't really matter. Like, I'm not gonna. This stream is not gonna change depending on like. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't need to check on this. Because like, if I know it's not coming, it changes nothing, and if I know it's coming, it changes nothing. I'm kind of giddy about it though. I would like it to be here. You know what? Like, when you order something and you just go like immediately check to see if it's like shipped. Well, like like I pressed like purchase 3 seconds ago. Why hasn't it shipped yet? It's been 20 whole seconds. So this is kind of it where it might be delivered today. So I really want it today. Oh, I need to blow my nose again. Okay, but this is we have two little touch ups to do, and then on the gold, but we can even keep those for later. We can just finish up the gold now. So I think we'll reglue this guy. I'll blow my nose, and then we'll reglue this guy, and then we'll get into finishing this gold and making this look much better. Okay, give me 30 seconds again. Right. Yeah, let's glue our guy back. I have a good feeling that when maybe we don't break it 3 times this stream, it's probably probably like, but who knows? Maybe it actually works. Maybe it works. Maybe it's different this time, guys. This time it will be different. Straight. Okay. Okay. So Our gold situation is kind of okay, so we don't like the touch-ups that we need are around the gold, not on the gold themselves, so we can move on. Here. I think because this is kind of a, you know, yeah, it is. I was like a kind of a centerpiece, but it is a centerpiece. It's not kind of. It's actually the centerpiece model for the Thousand Suns. So we're gonna just find a medium-sized like thrashed up brush. Maybe this guy. Oh yeah. And it will give this fella, I think, just a dry brush of silver. I don't want to spend like so much time because it's not really, like, it's not like kind of a key step, but it does prop the gold up a lot. So I do want to do it, but I don't want this to be like an edge highlight like Fiesta because that would be one way of doing it, but I don't think it's worth much because we're gonna get way more depth and texture with the shading than with the highlight. Like no matter how which way we highlight this, we're gonna get much more value out of the shadings. Shading with an S because we're gonna shade a whole lot of this. But we're still gonna get like some value out of getting some more highlights with a dry brush. It's not even like a real dry brush. It's really more like kind of an overbrush where it's like a quick way of highlighting the. Again, the inside of the armor I really don't want to touch because the is gonna pick up all of the like it's not smooth, right? Like the fix was not like a perfect fix, far from it. And like you can see, like there's not a whole lot of difference if you look at like this plate and the plate just right below it. There's not a whole lot of, or this one and this one. There's not a whole lot going on. So that's why I'm saying like I don't think it's worth it to take like an insane amount of time for this. This is not one of those things where. Oh, poo! I forgot the whole shtick. Okay, well that's a different. Okay, well, we'll need. So maybe this is also a good way to put some silver in the mini. Is this whole thingamabob here? We do silver. We just do the tip at that side in gold. That's also, which is kind of the stupid way. I guess it should have been the other way around. We had thought about this more than like half a second. Now, and then the weapon here is a big like flat plane, so I'm really more kind of almost like edge highlighting at this one. I'm actually kind of edge highlighting just because if we try this technique in the middle of the blade, it's just gonna leave like a big brush stroke and not much else. Belt. Well, like old little situation. Abs plate is still is, and again, I'm saying this a lot, but this is the kind of step that you do because you want it to be there, even though like at the goal would be at the end. You can't really tell that we did this effect. We just get like a better result, but it's this kind of step that like changes the end result, but while you're doing it, you're not really doing a whole lot. The other thing is we don't really want this to be super light because our big part of this scheme is to go darker and muted route. Because if this is super light, it kind of ruins that part for. Oh, look. And here. Okay, so I think that's well, we have to we'll do the touch up on the like the back of the like the little hook or something. All this the hook, an oddly shaped hook. I like the idea of putting the middle part in silver, just because we need to have some silver in the mini anyway for other details. So might as well add like one big clunky part of silver. That way we won't overdo it, and it won't be just like really two or three random little places. Some people are really. I'm not holding the piece, and so it's wiggling everywhere while we paint. It drives some people crazy. I'll do it's not to. I'll hold it for you guys. And then we can just dry brush this really quickly with our silver thing. I'm not even going to change brush. Oh, okay. Oh, poop. There's the wings as well. So we back to our silver. Or forgot we did forgot we did a whole lot of gold on the well, a whole lot. I'm down there. But. Here, last gold like two. Right. All right. For 2 hours in, we're in a pretty good place, guys. Because now there's a whole like the shades are going pretty quickly because we have a big brush. It's kind of one step. We kind of let it dry, and it kind of does its own thing. So yeah, let's get on to it right now. I ain't no dillying, no dallying. Let's get this mull done. Because I really think we can probably get this guy done like 3.5 hours. Kind of a realistic time frame here. Okay, so let's go top down. I guess this is the way Zen starts. So we're starting with a Grok Search Shade for the gold, and then we'll introduce some more purple to it. But it starts with Grok Search Shade on the entire like everything that's gold is getting. And even though we're being like pretty generous with the Grox, we do have to be careful because I don't want to. First of all, I don't want to stain the that I don't want in gold. Also, I don't want to touch up the. Like I want to put my finger on the pieces that are kind of drying because we're going so heavy with it. It takes a longer time to dry, and so we have to be more careful where we like hold the mini or put our fingers on. And then already, like it's kind of stupid because we barely did anything, but already you can tell the face is like is a big improvement from just the base coat and our one quick highlight. Like the one shading step brings out so much more than the one highlighting step, even though they're both quite like quite the same in terms of like skill or complexity. And here what we're going to try to do is bring out all the wash away from the middle of the plate so that it doesn't, because it's going to go into the recesses. Every part that's like not smooth is going to get like a um some more shading, and so that sucks. So if we pull away most of the shade from there, we'll get less of a shading, and it will put less of an emphasis on the fact that this is the busted part of our mini. Okay. And again, there's not a whole lot. We didn't do a whole lot, and yet the difference is pretty significant. On board with it. Yes. But we haven't really gone back to the belt situation, but I'm pretty sure gold is not the right color for it. I think black's gonna be okay. A whole lot of like skill involved in this step. Like we're really gonna let the Agrok search do its thing, and then we're gonna come back with some more shading that where now we can be more precise and more like we will take kind of control over the shading. But this one step is kind of like a the base shading, I guess, and so we can let the wash do its own thing. Uh, and then we'll fix whatever we want, or we'll emphasis whatever we want later with some other darker shading. But for now, we'll keep this stupidly. The Ugrox will do the work for us, so we don't need to force it. And the other colors afterwards, and those they won't do the work for us. We have to do it ourselves. Again, we take the victories where they are. We try to manufacture anything. And you honestly you could take like your time and shade this in a very precise way with like thin down paint, and you get like a better result. The biggest difference is like this here, like if we as our like first highlight, not like as the final result, but like this step here, we're the way we're doing it right now is very simple and straightforward, and we're kind of like baby Jesus take the wheel type thing. If we were to do this like in a very controlled way, either with thin down paint or just by going really like um, delicately with the shade, and then maybe applying two or three coats of it again in a very deliberate way, we get like probably something that's like twice as good looking, but it would take us like 5 times the amount of time and effort. So that ratio is kind of not that great, right? 5 times the effort for 2 times the result is not really great. So we can save a whole lot of time with this, and then put more effort into the second thing, and then having this second stage where we do put a little bit more effort, then that ratio is way more interesting. I think that's one way where you can use like interesting shortcuts, and sometimes you can't, shortcuts. Like this step, shortcut. The next step, no shortcut, because the next step is much like smaller, it's much faster. There are places where you can save time, and there are places where, and a big part of like the speed thing, like speed paint thing or whatnot, is knowing what those places are without kind of like sacrificing the result of the meal. It's like this really what it is can I get away with doing this in a simple way, or do I have to do this in a complex way? These big plates you need pretty quick with it because you don't want the shade to dry while you're. I'm doing kind of like one plate at a time, so it dries towards the edges of, not in the middle of them. Wonder what you need in like a Thousand Suns. Or like obviously you need a Magnus if you play Thousand Sun. I don't think I've seen like a Thousand Sun army without Magnus really. Um, at least recently, maybe the goat, maybe the all goat army was like a no Magnus, but even that one I think had a Magnus. Because like the more I paint this guy, the more I'm thinking, well, how much Thousand Suns would I actually need to play the Thousand Suns? Kind of my because I'm more into I'm not really into the goats aspects. I would like to play like a real like kind of the coven that thing, but I think you can't really get away from playing all of the like some sort of the goats. I think you kind of have to. It's a shame, really. Like I mean, from a competitive or sort of competitive standpoint, like if otherwise you're really capping yourself in that. Like even if you're not the most competitive person, it's not some choices in the gaming aspect you live with. The game doesn't work that way is a good enough explanation why you need certain things. Okay. We have this, and then we have the wing sections too. We're almost there, right? We're almost there with this step. inside not done. Right. Right. Oh, and in the back, I guess the book and the cowbells. In the book, I'm just really doing everything kind of haphazardly because probably not all of this needs to stay gold. Some of it will, so. Right. And then the wings, so the big boy over there, slightly on damage, so we know. Okay. Very careful. Because this brown thing, it doesn't look like much, but you notice it immediately if you sleep. Much as I want to go like heavy, I need size and not overlap on. I'll move the guy. I see myself breaking it and either breaking or putting like a slab of paint across the mini for absolutely accidentally. Okay, so that's one down. This piece here. Wait, excuse me. Okay, okay, okay. Guys, we are nearing point of awesomeness. Point of awesomeness. One more step away for this gold. Two more steps because this away. So I'll take a small brush for now, just a one quick step here because I noticed there was a little part that we forgot on this guy here. Just use like thin down this gold but thin down so we can fix it and leave some of the showing here side piece. Like it's very a minor detail, but it did bug me that I noticed it. Fix it. So now we're gonna work on something different a little bit because we really need this whole this whole what's that color? The Grok's Earthshade to be dry before we move on to anything purpley related. So what we'll do, I think, is we'll just start our black base coat. So we'll do our touch ups if we need to, and then we'll do all the other surfaces that we probably intend to keep black and paint them black. So start with the bottom and work our way up, I guess, or no? I've switched to like a very small brush for this. And the main reason is now I'm gonna be a little bit more dainty with the way that I do things, because there's a lot more colors that we don't want to fuck up on. Whereas when we did the gold, all we had to do was be careful about this purpley pink color that we have. But now we have to be careful about basically everything that's not black. Moving kind of slowly here, but we're gonna do by piece. I'm still debating on the cloak situation. No idea how to do. This is one of those where if we add an army, it would be much simpler to pick out a color, because we could just match that color to whatever the army color is, right? But we don't have an army, fellas, so we have to. And I'm thinking Burgundy would be nice. This is really like kind of an audible thing, but again, I'm thinking Burgundy would be nice again, because it's a pretty cool color to have on a Thousand Suns army. If I do end up buying a bunch of Thousand Suns to go with my Magnus, it would make sense. Mm-hmm. Oh, the belt. More I think about it, the more I kind of like it. I think that's what we do. The belt in black. All the little details around the belt we'll do in silver to add. Because blue would also be like kind of a good choice, but blue is very lackluster, because you know for a fact that like across this an army, you would not get blue cloaks, because the blue is going to be on the. All I'm thinking now is noise marines. That's not rubric marines, and like all the armored guys would be the blue colored, so they wouldn't have blue robes. Burgundy would be interesting, because it would be very similar to the skin tone, but also we can make it much darker. I think that's what we're gonna go for. Little audible right there. And again, we're crowdsourcing this, so if you feel strongly against doing this in Burgundy, just say so, and we'll do something else. I don't. On this. On this with you. Like I don't have strong feelings for or against it. It sounds like an interesting idea, so that's what I want to do. Could be other things. The only thing is, I know we're not doing the Classic Games Workshop white color for him. I do not. I don't think the scheme that we have now fits that at all. Like I think we have to stay either on like one of the colors that's on this army, right on the mini right now, so like black with highlights. I mean that's definitely what I'm thinking. Um, yeah. Well, Soltec green. Funny. So the Soltec green is what we're going to use to highlight this black situation. Which might not be Sota Green. I think it's Temple Guard, but they're like, adjacent. But yes, that's probably because if we do this in Sota, it's gonna be very very bright, and then this here is we need to find a different color because I was thinking of going the bright green, like my favorite color. Um, but yeah, definitely the Sota Green is what I was using for the black in the next to highlight like our wings and stuff like situation. So like you're definitely right in your assessment. It's not the I don't think adding it on the cloak because then the cloak makes it well, you know, well because it is a good idea. Yeah, I kind of like it. Then yes, and then the Thousand Sun you add the cloak. Okay, this is okay. Well, we'll keep doing the black, but now yeah, you've thrown me into pyro. No, okay, I because I can now I can see it. Um, that's interesting. Because then you'd have like blue, like darker blue Thousand Suns, and then turquoise cloaks and everything. That's a very interesting thing. Huh. Okay, that's a good idea. I'd go that route then. Kind of. And again, I wanted to crowdsource this minute. No, I was sticking with what. This fucker only have 4 fingers. What the fuck? Is my character? Am I missing? What the fuck? Am I missing a piece? That there a piece that's supposed to go here? That might just be like a lore thing that I don't know. I'll get down to my eye horse. I don't. It just dawned on me. Oh, guess I kind of like the turquoise idea now. The Tech green type of color. We'll go with that. Also, look at these little like horn thingies. Look at the shading and the highlighting and like even though our like even or here this plate here, don't pay attention to the middle part because that was broken. But like even though we did like a very shitty kind of highlighting, you can still see it exactly where we need to, like in this little these little like feathers. Like we got like the full range of color right there. So I like that very much. Okay, so so thick. Oh, we need to. Oh well, hold on. Let's finish the gold here. So what we'll do for the gold is we'll pick Druki Violet right here. Drushi Violet. I don't know. You say it however you want. And then we'll take a smaller brush, not the big guy that we were using before, and then we'll just do like details with it. Okay, so we're not like slamming this down. This is not what we're after. I know it says shade on the ball, but you don't have to do that only. You definitely can. But right now we're gonna use this basically as like a little bit of like black lining almost, right? This is gonna give us some extra texture, extra shading. But I'll even do it on camera. Just something like this. So now we have like very well defined, like all the little details, all the like filigree in the armor is like well defined. That's really what I'm after. Nothing really is like purple, right? Like the final result, it doesn't look like purple. It just looks like some darker shading, which is really what I'm after. I'm not really into anything else. You're very this is a this would be like a very optional step because this is kind of like it's boring and it's kind of hard because you have to be precise with it. You definitely don't need to do this. I kind of enjoy it because I'm because you do need like a steady. Even though I'm kind of like I'm half-assing this right now. Like I'm going pretty fast and loose, but you do need like a very steady hand. You know, that character in the office is like Japan eye surgeon, steady hand. It's a little bit like that where it kind of works because I'm pretty precise with this. Like blacklining is one of those things that I really love to do, and I've done like a lot, and so I've gotten kind of like fast at this thing, but it's really painful because when you mess up these like straight lines and your line is not actually straight or in there, it kind of fucks up the whole affair. And like I'm not gonna bother doing all these extra ones. You definitely could. I'm not gonna bother with it because again, it's a little bit too much, and we don't want this to turn into an evening stream. Okay. The more I'm thinking about this freaking burgundy slash turquoise color, I think turquoise would look really nice with an army, but the model, like the Magnus model itself, would probably not be as good at. Like I think burgundy would look better on the single model, but I think turquoise might look better if this was like a whole army situation. That's my kind of my final take on this. I haven't decided what color I want to do it yet. I still think they're both good ideas. I think it's very interesting. Turquoise cloaks and stuff. I haven't really thought about it. That's where I think it lands is like because the turquoise with the blue marines is a very interesting thing. Our guy is not the most fella around. And really, what I feel is if I do it turquoise, I am gonna want to buy a whole thousand sun. So that's my biggest problem with it is if if I do it that way, because the army way, then I don't see myself stopping from buying this fucking army. Which, to quote one of my friends, is thousand suns. You actually need a brain that is not smooth to play, so you probably to think about that. Okay, that was like kind of like long as a step. Have you ever tried the black lining? Not too much, but I did buy this brush here, which is an Abtalong liner brush, and I recently found like a Instagram maybe or a YouTube short or something that was like showing how you're supposed to use this, and I thought that was really cool. So I'll definitely give this a try. But the brush, well, because the brushes really don't seem to do what, like the way I've seen it with a guy. Because the blacklining pen sounds stupid because you need to touch it up all the time. They're like super late unless I'm not thinking of the proper product. Um, it seems like you need to touch up all the time, which kind of defeats the purpose to me. Whereas I'll just use like a big liner brush, like kind of get it right on the first. Like I don't know how much they make it easy. I'll maybe look into it. This is one of those things where um I have a way that works, and I'm not that interested in like this is not a pain point for me. Black lining, it's like my favorite thing, and the way I do it is happy with. So I've not really looked into alternatives for it, and so that's one of the little like painting idiosyncrasies, I guess, where we all have like our own way of doing some things, and I think that's like the best way is when you find something that works for you. Don't listen to people. Is like when you have like a problem with something, then you go find like alternatives for it. You don't stick with your shitty ass way. Um, but I might look into it because I'm curious. Even though I'm not really making videos right now. Um, I like trying out. I like toys. And I mean, if you know a guy, feel like something that is more used for gun. Well, that's why I think it's stupid. It's like a gunpla. You have to do the freaking recesses. Why would you want a pen to go into the deep recesses? Is like like I've because for me the pens are way more interesting for trims and stuff. At least their use to me was more like when I saw Eric paint his own Grey Knight. I realized that like there was a market for this because Eric is like one of the like not necessarily. Well, yeah, he's kind of one of the worst painters in the sense that he fucking hates it. Like he hates it a lot. So he never paints, and he doesn't like really try to get any good at it because he hates it. But he painted an entire Thousand Suns army with fucking markers. Like I think he sprayed silver, and then everything else was like with paint markers, and then he got that army done by himself in like I'm pretty sure within a month, and it was like not like a groundbreaking army, but it looked like a good army altogether. So the markers I really do think they're great. Um, hold on, there's a lot of. Hold on now. I need to purple line the guy and complex thing. Reading is hard. Well, purple lining is. It does require some finesse. Let's try not to break this. I can't really like touch it because I feel like I'll. So this blade might actually be something like the blade itself is kind of lackluster. I feel like maybe we need to spray some shading on it to make it interesting before we spray this. Okay. Blah blah blah. Burgundy's great. Basically same thing. Have you ever tried the black lining pens? I know a guy. I feel like it's something that's more used for gunpla. I said I know a guy if you want to buy 1,000. Oh yeah. If I want to buy it, yeah. I thought you meant for the pen. Um, but yes. Well, I'm pretty sure I can borrow one that rarely gets played. So that's maybe not buy it, but at least I'll have like a Didn't even break. Wasn't even scared. That was bad, guys. That could have gone so wrong for us. Okay, though. Look, minis are not really completed until I've dropped them, at least. So you know. Okay. Ugh. But I mean, I could definitely see myself buying a whole. It's one of those fun armies. Also, I got somebody wanted to buy Tyranids. Uh, Somebody sent me a message say, hey, you don't happen to have a Tyranids army for sale, do you? I might be a guy that sells a Tyranid army. Yeah, I kind of like. I'll talk to him. Okay. Right. Oh, it's definitely. Oh, we'll be. Oh boy. Oh yeah, we need to. Oh no, it broke again. Another gun. Oof. Okay, doesn't matter because our purple lining is almost good. I don't like the purple line. Funny to me. Him just sold it. Oh really? Yeah. He was telling me he wanted to sell. I didn't know he did. Did he sell it to like somebody or just like eBay it or like what's the deal? Because his army was like really cool. Kim's army blows mine out of the water for sure. It was really pretty. But I think he had the same playing experience as I had with them, which is it's a very mild experience. I've kind of given up, guys, and that we put glue on this, and there's like a lot of it. Oh, at least now it holds. Okay. Okay. What do we do next now? I guess we should dabble with the black here and try to get the black under control because really we're not doing a great job at that. So what we'll start with is the. I guess we'll start with the hair because the hair is I kind of half-assed two things on the hair. That was not great. We'll do. So it's fairly cheap, guy Mark. Okay, well, I think he really wanted it gone anyway. Like it wouldn't. Good on him because he told me that like a couple like a month ago or something. At least like I'm bad at time, so like at least a month ago he was telling me to they want to sell it. So yeah, it's definitely it was in October because I remember because that's when I played Tyranids last. I'm not really a swarm lord myself. So what I want to do with this black is really just get the like the purple out of the hair. Basically, the only purple I want to keep is the one that's here next to the because it matches the. Well, I mean, maybe we do need to. Hmm. I kind of liked it because it fits the horn, but maybe if we remove it, we get like a cleaner break. I like the cleaner break for the hair. I think I like the cleaner break a little maybe more. You realized they were not orcs. Very valid point. Does he still have a Votan? I think he had some for a while. Or was that just like a fever dream? Or happened or Because I'm pretty sure you want to like convert Votan with like old world stuff, like old Warhammer fantasy stuff. Ooh, he's about to sell them to Mac. Oh, really? Neat. I think that's a good. Tell me, Kevin. Like I think he will do way better. Like I think Kevin on Votan is a lot scarier than Kevin on Elves. Honestly, fits his playstyle a lot. Because Votan is like a very fair game of Warhammer. So like knowing all the like having one very like poor strategy and then knowing all the matchups is pretty much what he does well. So I think all the Eldar like bullshittery tricks is lost. Whereas the Votan is just I understand where I need to apply this raw power of mine. Watch this and slamming that down your opponent. I think that's one because that's one thing he did well when he was playing Blood Angels, and he was not as good at Warhammer at when he was playing Blood Angels as he is now. And so I think that's a scary prospect. Um, honestly, I don't like that one bit. And play these people don't like that one bit. Um, okay, this you know what I like one bit. This fucker right here. This is turning out pretty fucking cool. Okay, now let's see here. What do we do next? Let's highlight the hair, and then yeah, I think we highlight the hair, and then we dry brush the ever loving fuck out of this black, and then because the way I'm thinking is we do a lot. We can do like a whole lot of the mini before choosing this color, and then the more we do, the easier picking the proper color is gonna be. I think this on the hair is gonna be very steep, the highlight, but then we can shade this. This is gonna give us like a much cleaner highlight than the airbrush step that we did. Here it's like I'm liking it right now. I need to learn how to deal with good players with them. Yeah, that's the. I had a lot of fun with knights the other day. I was playing. I don't remember when exactly, but I came into play with the knights. I had a lot of fun. Might invest into. Like I hadn't had fun playing Warhammer in a little while, and then knights were they did it. Very confusing time. Lots of cell phone phases. Sometimes two or three cell phone phases in a turn. Okay. Yeah, so this color is really cool. The take it on thing. The green thing, it works. Okay. Right. Right. Okay. So we're in business with this. So now, I think we move on to some sort of like hedge highlighting on the other aspects of. So we'll clean this guy, and we'll pick a small brush. All right. Well, hey, thanks for stopping by, Gablork. Pleasure. I will see you at some point. Okay. Next up. Highlight. We'll do this kind of like quickly. We don't need to highlight this size because it gets kind of like it'll get lost like really quickly. So this is really like blending for noobs here. This color already pretty thin down. It's already very dark, so you don't get like a whole lot of it. So feathery. You know, we should. So I think we'll do this. Missed that part. Trying not to look at the weapon because we keep breaking it. So uh, avoiding it. Okay, this mini is fucking dope. Um, and to think, I thought about switching up this skin tone. What a mistake that would have been. I am a very big fan of what we got going on. And again, you have to remember this base is like a very big placeholder, but this, yeah, this is fire. I'm on board with all of this. Now, um, I'm being very, very chaotic right now with the painting thing. Okay, I'm like going left and right with the colors. I need to have a sip of coffee, you know, because I need to like buckle down and like focus a little bit. I'm all over the place because I really like what we got going on, and I want to. I can see the finished product a little bit, so we need to pace ourselves a little bit. So I apologize about going a little bit crazy on you guys. Not do that. Pick our Temple Guard blue. It's a fun color. Now we can do hedge highlights with this. Now what I'm talking about hedge highlights, I really highlights like the best of them. Now we'll be much more precise in our endeavor. And the hand here, I don't know how much we actually need for because the main thing with this hand is going to be the glowy piece that's in it, right? Like there's like an eye and whatnot, like a little all this like a tattoo or something, scarification or whatever it's called. That might be kind of our next. That might overtake all the extra effort that. The hair we don't really need to do much here. That one hand. Right. Now let's dabble the feathers and stuff. So feathers, we're gonna do. So we're gonna use this finesse tool here that we got. I'm just not sure if I want to use this straight up or want to do a pass of this one in between. I think we'll start with this one. Maybe we get like no result out of it, and then we know that we should just move on to temple because the dry brush with this, since we already airbrushed it, is going to be very like it's not going to be the most potent thing ever. So that's why I'm thinking maybe this is going to moot a little bit. We'll see. Let's give this a try to like the inside here, the inside part here. Okay, so yeah, okay, it does bring out a lot of the details. Okay, so we can. And so I'm going against kind of the grain. So like these feathers are like stacked that way. So I'm going against the way that they're stacked. That's how to showcase the the edges, right, of the feathers. So basically, we're getting kind of like an edge highlight without trying. Okay. And I'm not really going for like any magical thing on the wings. Like I know that's a popular thing. I think that's what I did on Mike's Thousand Suns, where the wings are like kind of a galaxy type of look. But this guy, I'm really looking for very like matte looking wings. Not anything crazy color wise. Now we can bring this into the purple as well. Doesn't matter really. That one wing two sides, or was that everything? That's definitely done. And then this guy did. Oh, okay. Again, same thing. Kind of doing against the grain here. For sure, that's not the correct expression. By the way, somebody might get mad at me listening to. Stop saying that. That's really it's like a I guess an example of what you're doing. Like you're perpendicular to all the edges is what like what you're doing. Although if that makes like more sense to what it is that I'm trying to explain, but uh, let it be known that an attempt was made. Right. This one's probably the best one in terms of like all the gradation and everything from the airbrush, dry brush, like and then the multiple colors. This is probably our best one. So and now we have to do. There's like 3 or 4 of these on the mini. So we're gonna tackle those. We could do the hair as well. By the way, there's no. Like because now we get like something interesting here where it blends into the skin and into the feathers and then it changes color completely, so you go from like light pink to like turquoise almost, or like sea green, I guess in this. And this hair also kind of ties into the bluish look of Thousand Suns. Like it's definitely not like a Thousand Suns color, but we get some of the idea on there. So now let's do, I guess, kind of the same thing, but very lightly with the Temple Guard blue. And this needs to be very light, so we're not gonna overdo this, because this is a potent fucking color. Okay, that color moves away from black completely. It's nothing to do with black. So we'll start with like this edge here, and we'll just do like kind of the tip of the wing to get us like started. Because that's the part where I like to have this highlight the most. Oh, yeah, look at that. Shockingly enough, even with a technique like dry brush, where it's, oh, this is for noobs and everything. Well, look at that. You get like a pretty good spread of colors. And then it also allows us to get this line here, which I'm a big fan of. So, okay, you know, I think this is pretty much what we want. You don't need to overdo this. We could bring it to much lighter, but I like this because we get different tones in it instead of just this being like a black and turquoise type of thing. We get the purple mix in, and then this fits very well with the rest of our mini. I'm putting there because Magnus is there, but it's not on camera, so you can't see. But sense in mind. And here we're gonna be kind of light, I guess, around these like weird fucking thing, or maybe we accident. Let's see. Oh, hot dog. Again, just working on the edges and the tips mainly, and then yeah, the wing. That's a wing if I've ever seen one. Thing here. I think if this was on the other side, it would be a lot more interesting, and I would be a lot more interested in doing them. The thing is that these pieces are on the inside, and on the inside is already where the glowy stuff is. And so if the little filigree detail type thing were on the outside of the model, like towards the back, then I would see an argument to paint them. Whereas now I think they just take away from the other much cooler aspects that we can make glow on our mini. It took me 2 Magnuses to figure out that tiny detail of why I didn't like them. But we got there. Probably more. I don't remember if I painted Jack's Magnus as well, but this one and Mike's is definitely the... I know for sure. Yeah, probably. Yeah, maybe the base, and I think maybe Tony touched it up, or Kev touched it up. The one that Jack had. That would make a lot of sense. Okay. And oh, I guess we should do the 2 or 3 wings that are on the mini with this while we are there. And then we're gonna kind of break this cycle of what it is that we're doing, and I'm just gonna finish the wings completely, and we can put them kind of aside. And then we're gonna do kind of the same thing on the model. We've reached that point where I want to see finished stuff before I go further. So I'm gonna put Magnus on the side here. We will clean this dry brush, so hopefully we don't need a whole lot of dry brushing anymore. We might need to on the base, but then I'll just pick up a bigger brush or something. I don't know the base color that we want yet. Come on now. Figured it out. Yeah. I just want to get the paint out. Really, dry brushes as this brush are made to take a beating, so we'll enable them. I'll take black now. And the black is going to be two little things. First of all, we're going to touch up the areas in the gold where we kind of fucked up. This one doesn't have any more thorough, but just want to make sure, like there's one here. Go. Side. Right. This one. Okay. Touch-ups are like really time consuming because like right now we're dealing with all these colors that are finished. So if we miss our touch-up and we fuck up on the stuff that's finished, we have like 4 or 5 other colors to do. That's very time consuming. Now here, if we were more masochist, we could do all of the breaks inside the wings, like all these big lines that are like broken, basically, like the chips on the feathers. We could do those with like black. We could like black line these, and that would add like a lot of contrast. But we're not. This is also like an insane thing to do. Like this is time consuming for very little reward. And also, every time you fuck up, you have like a lot of touching up and fixing to do because this kind of technique, if you fuck up, it looks way worse than. If it's not done properly, it looks worse than if it was not done at all. You know what I mean? There's a couple of effects like that where like non-metallic is very unforgiving that way because non-metallic, if it's not done like properly, it looks like do it properly takes a whole lot of time. So it's a very tricky technique because of that. That's also why like faces in general, like skin tone and everything, faces are hard to do because when you don't do them properly, they do not look good. Like eyes, same thing. There's a couple of like things like that where there ain't no way to shortcut them really. Um, and if you try it and you fail, it's just worse. So you come off like way worse. And then we're gonna this color here. There's one gem on the entire like wing. It. Again, this is I've said this earlier. Maybe in or whatever. Maybe you forgot. But this is gonna be the last stream for a while here. I'm making some changes to the studio, well to the shop actually. Like the basically I'm removing the studio from the shop so I can paint more minis more. Because this like studio desk is taking more place than I would like, and it's hampering my productivity in my real job, painting mini for people. As much as I like this stream, this is not the. I do the streams for fun, but now it's kind of a. I need this space. Until I figure out the new studio thing. We are gonna put this on a little break. But I'm saying until I figure it out, but I already have a pretty good idea how to make this work. We're not there yet. have a pretty good, because like it takes a lot of space, and then there's a lot of like record. Like in front of me right now, there's like a lamp, a camera, another camera, and a microphone, and then a computer stand, and like all of this stuff. When I'm like not streaming, it's just in the way. Like there's no, it's not helping anything. It's you know, that's my main issue. Is like it's in the space of like where I want to work all the time, and this is like used so little. But the problem with putting it elsewhere is then I need to kind of double up all of my things. Whereas I need to have like maybe my paints be portable, and then I need maybe a second compressor. Otherwise, I need to move my compressor from like the work area to the stream area every time I want to like. There's a couple of like challenges that you need to think ahead when doing this. Well, just like right now, there's a wire going across my fucking apartment because I need to be plugged in order to stream properly. Uh, so my next studio is probably gonna be right next to my fucking internet thing box situation, just for just so I don't have to deal with the fucking wire situation. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of like little things that they don't really matter, but they kind of do in the big sense of it. Well, like it's you know, it's not like a big deal. It just it need I need to like think about it and be like a little bit more strategic about this than just have this and be kind of like not necessarily miserable, but a little bit. Whereas this is making like, let's say I paint 40 hours a week, which is probably less than amount, and I stream once every other week. So like I'm miserable 40 hours of the week for this one time every 2 week where everything comes together and I can stream. Like the math make no sense, right? I think it miserable is a strong. This is shaking. This is not a this color. I bought this because of fucking what's his face? The guy, you know the guy, Angel Giraldez, because he used the verse. He uses Vallejo. I don't know if he still used that, but at the time he used Vallejo, and I couldn't find that the color he was using, but it's very close to that one. That color is it does work. Thorn yellow in Games Workshop. I think it's moon something in Vallejo, if I recall the name correctly, like moon dust or something like that. It's like a super light yellow, and he used that to paint orcs. I remember the tutorial, the exact tutorial, but that color he uses that color a lot, and you know he's the best painter in the world, so we might as well steal a page from. Right. So now we have one wing down and ready to go. We'll put this far away from arms because we've all seen me. Fine. To prove my point, I'm struggling to find a space to put it because all my commission stuff is like crammed on that one table because I needed this space in front of us to stream. Love it when a plan comes together, you know what I mean? uh, okay. Second wing down and good to go. Perfect. So now tackle a big. Okay, so there's a bunch of gems in there. I think we'll just go willy nilly here. I think we're gonna go for burgundy. I don't see the turquoise yet, and what I think maybe happens is if I do end up purchasing the Thousand Suns, maybe we end up repainting this cloak on this dude into a turquoise color. But right now, I don't think it will come out that great on its own. So we're not gonna do my. Because if we display this with a Thousand Suns army, then it will make a lot of sense. But as it stands, like on its own, it's cluster. We'll do, because I have the black out. We'll touch up the book. Book we can do black and burgundy. There's a I guess we should do pages book and smart way. Add this. Look at that. You'd think I painted a model or two. The way he comes up with a plan. Okay. I don't. This is actually a kind of a blessing in disguise here. Positively do not care about the book. Cool. That is a completely involuntary, and we're going to use this. So this part is not going to be primered, and normally that's like a big no-no. You should always prime your stuff, but also it's in the middle of nowhere. Should not matter too much. Because like it's unlikely that you grab the mini by that specific part. You know what I mean? It's in a weird spot on. All right, so let's see if this burgundy thing works. Because we might do this and realize it does not work, and then never mind. Also, like very. Because if this is like too close to the skin color, it probably won't work, you know. But I think it will work. And also, I know that this burgundy color works with Thousand Sun because I did that before. So yeah, doesn't it? We have to think about like highlighting and shading as well. This, whereas right now it might be a little bit lackluster, but once we add some highlighting, is gonna highlighting and shading is gonna set it apart from the skin tone in a good way. Because even though we didn't use any burgundy on the skin tone, it just happens to be very close. Like the camera probably picks up more. Okay. Okay. Yeah. The inside is interesting because the camera picks it up really well because of the light, but in real life you can barely see it. So we're gonna do it because it's on camera, so it would be stupid to ignore it, but careful. Don't want a lot of touch-ups. Ooh, wee. Long stream, but I think it's well worth it. Really cool mini. Okay now. Okay now. Yeah, I think this, once we add like a lot of the darkness to it, is going to be very interesting. Because right now, as stupid as it sounds, this is the most saturated color in the whole model. So once we hit it with a lot of like black, it's going to make a lot more sense. But we're going to let this dry. We're going to focus on another little aspect of this mini, which is the feather and the belt. All the black aspect that we kind of did not do really up to now. Feather right here. This gets kind of the same treatment as the other. Not really a dry brush with the Stegodon scale thingy, but almost. And then there was the book and the belt. So we'll highlight the belt in the more classic sense, I guess. And mind you, this belt, we could have done it with, it would not look kind of stupid with like the giant WWE belt going on. It would part. That was kind of a debate at the start there. With like, oh, maybe this color, maybe that color. Who knows? Hindsight, it would not have mattered too much. That's, and then I just noticed a thing that we could add with the thing that holds the little bell. He has a bell for some reason. He has a little bell up the butt. Very fulgurmy thing. So that's, I don't want to put too much emphasis on the on said belt. So the one highlight here is fine. We're not gonna overdo this. Don't need to. Whoa 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 whoa. But one thing that we do need is the little clips. All the clips are like scarabs. We're gonna paint them with gold. A little, like, this is a little cool little detail. One. One here is non-existent, and that is there, so don't draw attention. Um, and then I guess we can base coat the silver while we wait for this. Yeah, let's just base coat the silver now. That'll get that out of the way. I'm being very loosey here, but we're like we're there. You know what I mean? Like we're very close to completion. So going left and right, trying to finish stuff as we go, because I find that very motivating. We'll do only the I guess our right side here of this weapon with this big ass brush, because then the other part is like intertwined with the hand, and we don't really want to fuck up that part. So we'll do that part with a smaller brush. Because we also have to do a couple of the details in the belt as well. So but at this stage in the game, being extra careful is way better. Um, Magnus did nothing wrong. No, I think you're good. He definitely did. Like this one, honestly, turning out pretty good. I don't think he did anything wrong. This one looks like a good guy. And I drive some people crazy when I do this. I'll try to hold it. I just don't really I don't care. But I know it drives people mad. I'll refrain from doing it. In the base, I'm leaning towards like a kind of a bluish gray color because, and that's a very stupid reason, but because my dead guard are on that kind of base, and I would maybe like to do all my chaos miniatures on the same type of basis. Um, and I don't think that's like a very good, because really Magnus doesn't really need to, like the color scheme really does not match what I'm doing with dead guard, so I don't know how good of an idea that is, or like what purpose it is, except for like maybe displaying all my chaos miniature at the same time or what. Um, I don't know about the base. I do think it would look interesting for sure because we got like the bluish color in the black, so getting more blue into the mini makes sense, and then sand kind of also makes a lot of sense because they're Thousand Suns, and that's what the norm is. You know, I think I this is one of those where we might need to think what also fits well for Thousand Suns, like the actual like blue miniatures, for it to make more sense. Because a lot of colors will work for this guy, but we also need to find a color that works for this guy and a blue army, right? Like a blue and gold army. And then there's a couple of like connectors and wires in there, and then there's a couple of belt here. Oops. Here, but I'm doing kind of all of this in. But I don't think there's a whole lot of. I don't think there's a big argument for to try to make this into something it's not. Multiple colors here, whatever this cable, it should be cable color. I think there's so little silver on this mini already that we don't need to reduce it Even like even less silver. Oh, and these are really like tiny inner details here in the back. Yeah, they're there, so we're gonna do them. I think we're good on the silver front. There's not a whole again. There was not a whole lot of silver, so no need to get carried away. Because we didn't do the armor the correct Games Workshop way, right? Because the real model is like dark red with a silver armor and then a bunch of like lighter details. But that's not what we're. This is not the avenue that we. Let's highlight our burgundy color. We'll do that with a color called Screamer Pink. We'll thin this down though a lot because we can get like a smooth blend in this. And how much you thin this down is really up to you, and how many passes you want to do with this color. You know, if you want a super smooth blend, you thin it down a whole lot, and then you do a fuck ton of passes. We'll thin down a little, and we'll get. This is one other where I think we're gonna lay down some Nuln Oil onto this, and that will like, because I don't want this to be pink, right? That's not the goal of this step. So we really just want kind of highlights here, and then our shading is gonna take away a lot of that pinkness. I don't know if that's a word, but should be. And we can use our shading almost like a glaze, where the goal is really not to shade too much, but really just to take away the pink tint into this and leave it to the. I think that's what's gonna set it up the most from the skin tone, is having that black come back in. So retrospectively, our skin color is not that much of a success because we set out to do a pink, really an actual pink color, and then we ended up with a very purple tone. So that I think that's kind of a. I don't want to say it's like it's not like a complete miss because the color is really cool, but what we set out to do, what we ended up doing, is like kind of different things. So like, let's say this was like for. That was a catch. Um, that's like if this was for like a client and he said, you know, I want the skin to be pink. I think that would have been like a failure from that like aspect. Right? This is not for. This is our thing. Mises and uses because we crowdsourced most of this mini. I think I pretty much did everything that people ask except for the turquoise on this what we're doing now. The robes in turquoise, I think it's interesting, but I don't see it right now. Or maybe once if I do a whole army, we end up repainting this guy with turquoise thing. That's the only um, the thing that I kind of did what I thought about doing myself, not whatever the chat said. Whatever option the chat picked, that was real on prompt. And again, if somebody says you should paint the base orange, not gonna happen. Step one is we have to make a kick-ass mini. So I think Thing's not gonna be kicked. Don't be trolls here. And then, ow, I guess the because there's a way to make this with like a lava base and everything, like orange. But it just not the way that we started this. I think if we had thought about that, or that's what we wanted to do to begin with, we've gone a different route and it would have worked. But you need to. This is the kind of stuff that you need to plan ahead of time because it changes drastically the mini. It's a whole other direction, like color choices. So like not a stupid idea, but in this case with the mini that we have done so far, stupid. Bring more of that pink, so I'm gonna thin it down a lot less now and then add like an extra coat of highlight to this. Because it's a lot less thinned down now, I have to be a little more precise because it's not gonna blend in as much, right? So if I put a deep recess, it's gonna stick out. This is the whole how much you thin the bait thing is like, well, right now we're not thinning too much and it covers really well, so that's cool, but also a lot less smooth. The first step that we did, I was like barely even looking at it. So thin down, it was pretty easy to make it do whatever I want. Then come off like too opaque. Now this one here, if I was to go just like willy-nilly, you'll know. You would know. That'd be good. Okay. Okay. Right. All right. Okay. I'm liking what we have here. And again, I think once we add like a different color of base that is not this like none of this like pink color, like this is gonna be very, very sweet. Okay. Next up, let's do Black Templar thin down for all the silver. That's a good step. We don't need to. We could highlight it, but I think if we want to, if we end up highlighting the silver, we'll do it at the end there. It doesn't matter too much. The order in which we do this is not. In the gold, it matters because we want to change the tone of the silver highlight because we're using like colored shades, but this is just like straight up black and white. So, like for silver, I mean, is straight up like black. So, it doesn't really matter if we do it before or after. We'll err on the side of like laziness. And if being lazy pays out, well, we don't need to put extra effort. And if being lazy doesn't pay out, well, we'll need to highlight it anyway, so nothing is lost. And these cables are not really where this is important. It's really half weapon. I don't know what kind of weapon this. I'm not familiar enough. Like, I don't think it's a Kopesh because it's too long, but it's also not really a staff because it's got a blade in it. So I guess this is an Albert for all intents and purposes. because it's a pole with a blade on top of it, which is, I'm assuming is the like what an Albert actually is. But again, probably terribly wrong. Somebody might get offended by this. I apologize. I had told I think I've told this story while I painted thousands. I've had an art history of art class that was like, I think the class was not like supposed to be focused on like Egyptian art, but the professor teaching it was like an Egyptian art fanatic, and so that was like basically the entire course was about that. But that course was like on a Friday at like 8 a.m. is the course I've least like I've slept through so many classes. Like I was sitting next to this girl, and we'd alternate like each week who was sleeping and who was taking notes. Every single week it was a great like partnership, like a great teamwork in action. But like because she was like a kind of a party girl, so she was in the same state as me as on like Fridays at like 8 a.m. But because it was like art history of Egyptian art and stuff, and it was always like PowerPoints or whatnot, like presentation and stuff. So like 8 a.m. and then the lights are dim, and you're like, this is. So I failed that class. Like I don't think I failed actually the class because it was like a always like a it was not like really big exams. It was like a practical work. Like you'd have to bring in like research and text and whatnot. So that part I could do at like not fucking 8 a.m. But like not following an entire class. That was a one of the top ones for sure. Uh, yeah, so I don't think we need to highlight this too much. The silver, I mean, because it's not really in the way, or not a very interesting piece. First of all, this is not the right shade. Second of all, I just noticed there's a connector here on the hand, on the arm side. This arm has like a lot of little touch up, a lot of. We'll have to remember this. We'll try to like kind of finish as much as possible before we get to the touching up part. You know. Quick. Go. And then what I wanted was actually Grok's Earthshade. I was looking for because there are little details in the belt that started but didn't. So I think the next step here is going to be to take our Nuln oil and give the purpley burgundy color. That's the color, burgundy. We'll give that like a black shading. I want to do Nuln oil because I think Black Templar is going to be too potent for it. So we'll do one Nuln oil and then we'll maybe add some more shading. But we'll start with one pass of Nuln oil. Like we don't really need to let it pool or anything because our highlights are pretty well defined. Again, this is really just to take the pink down a notch from. side part. Maybe we can go a little bit heavier. Like invisible to the human eye, so we don't. And it makes sense that it would be a lot darker, so really hammer it in. Even this one, when you have to turn it like in a really weird angle to get to see inside, so. Alright, and the middle part. One. Be heavy on the top part, because that's where all the big folds are, and then loosen it up as we. Woohoo! Okay. Very like nobody should notice this, because you're looking at the back. You have to like there's a big ass wings to. Right. Okay, and now again, this color and this color are significantly different, so that I think we've achieved that part where it fits. This color looks really nice with Thousand Suns, and it's different than our Magnus color, so we're in a pretty good place. Right. Now, what do we do? We're really final stretch here, folks. What? So there was a one touch up on the black that I remember we have to do. It's on like the feathery thing, and then. It was like that little feather was like kind of poorly done. And then I think what we do is we'll pick up our Nagar Knight, because you remember that arm, like the inside arm here is like got a couple of like scratches of gold on there. So we'll fix that. So sadly there's no real like shortcut to fixing this, because our skin color is mostly like a blend of colors, so we have to do full. I have to touch it up with a full blend of color. That's like infuriating a bit, but you know, if we'd been careful, if this mold was not like secondhand, all these plates would be left separate. That's the first part, and then second is we could have been way more careful than we were. I say we, but this really is. You guys did nothing wrong. I did. Magnus, maybe, you know, he came secondhand. Secondhand is never. You see, and for that one here, the bottom one with only the dark pink, the purple like shading, it's pretty good. The top one, we do need to splice in some of that screamer pink in there till we get to the right color. Because like basically, that's what you want to do is you just want to try to get the exact same like layer of colors that you did before. So now, you know, pretty can't really tell that you've been swindled, and yet you've been swindled. Here, I think this here is also one of the doesn't matter too much. It's hard to that one here. This you see this spot here in the. I think that might be some brown shade that draw there, but that's a whole lot of harder to fix. So we're not gonna fight it, you know. A couple of other aspects that we could do is the main, like I think the weakest part of this entire mini is this plate here. That's like the shade is really kind of like crappy. So I think we'll give this a quick, like a quick dry brush with the original gold. It's not great. We'll just do like a quick pass. And the reason I'm doing all these like touch-ups is because next step I want to do is airbrushing, and we sort of I need the shade to be dry before I start spraying air, because if we spray air and then it hits this whole like cloth thing, the shade's gonna move around. That's so just a quick. So again, this really is just because this big plate is very flat, and so the shade kind of like dried up in weird ways. So just removing that part from the from there is great, or good enough. I'll say good enough. Great is great might be overselling it. All right, so we'll put Big Boy on the side here for a quick second. So we'll start. I guess we'll start on the base here. So we want to airbrush these colors, maybe this one as well. But then we can get started on the base, and we can at least airbrush one of the base colors. We'll need this for later. And I think Dark Reaper is going to be our best bet here. What we want to do. So we'll super matte ass primer. I don't. Again, the fact that it's matte is really not interesting. But like we're not using this because it is matte. We're using it because it's the black primer that we have, and it's gonna do. Well, actually, fuck that. It's already pretty well primed. We'll just use our Black Legion. We don't need to fuck around with this primer situation. We'll get kind of a glossy black color. That's gonna be great. And we can even touch up the weapon a little bit with this. Oh yeah. Because like right now, this is not thinned at all, okay? And so it's gonna go great for what we need here, which is because here we want like to have like a very black base. Like if we can see the sand color through it, it's really not working too well. And now we will leave this on the side. And now I'll just add some of this like Windex thinner in there. We'll give this a quick shake. Because now what I want is to make this a little bit transparent. Oops. Nope. More. Oh yeah. Oh, that's the stuff right there. Ooh. Oh yeah. So now this is very like, because what we can do with this, come in front of the blade here. Being careful. Because that blade was like a little bit iffy. At least. You can add this darkness to it, and that's. And because it's so transparent, all we get is like some shadowy color. We don't like nothing is turning black, right? Kind of the purpose of this step here. Really just want to add shade to it without changing the color too much. So we can make this into like, I got carried away. It's such a big mini. Yeah, so we can make this a little bit more like a smoother color, because again, just like the armor, the shade dried in like a kind of a weird way because it's such a big and flat area. Just this quick thing, and then we could add some more, but we don't need to. We don't need to add this white this. Fuck, losing my mind. We don't need to add this black color. So now what we'll do is we'll add our glow. Our glow is, we don't really need this to be thinned down because our, well, my mood green is really thinned down because I airbrushed this a lot, so this doesn't need too much thinning. It's already pretty liquid. So this, I'm pretty sure this is going to be fine as is. Rid of the black leftover. There we go. Now we have basically two aspects to do here. First one is this big ass sphere, and we'll finish with this because I want to give the black shade some. So we'll just do the hand here. So my goal is, as we go, I want all the colors to remain the proper color, so to speak. So like you see the tip of the fingers, they're not really green; they're still kind of purpley. That's the idea here. So here, what we could do is paint these little like lines in green with like an actual brush. Um, if we don't want to have this kind of overglow type thing, but I kind of like the overglow, especially because there's not a whole lot on the mini as a whole. So it's easy to kind of rain it down and not have too much on there. Challenging with the camera, sorry. Right now, the angle at which I spray is kind of important, and bend the mini around. On this side, it's much less, but on this side, it's much more because there's more like fiery thingamabob on there, right? Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna dump this back in there. Like, got like 2 drops. We're gonna rinse this out pretty much entirely. Well, just quickly, but like we don't need to keep like leftover because the yellow is very light. So if we keep too much grain in there, the yellow is gonna not look yellow, and I want this yellow to be. So this is Flash Gates. But you know, of course, he says, you know, like, classic. Okay, hold on there. We're about to put yellow and everywhere. It's not. That was not a good move. Okay. So you see, we still have like some mix in there, so it's not gonna be like straight yellow, but it's gonna be pretty close to it. Yeah, that's the color. Oops. Okay. Start with this piece again, same thing. Now, you know, I mean, even the camera is like, yeah, this is fucking glowing, right? The camera is letting us know. It knows. So same thing here, and then of course treat this as the 3D object, of course. But I do want some green in there. The goal is not to turn this entire thing yellow. We're gonna dump this, and then we're gonna kind of repeat what we just did, but now with Dorn Yellow, which is our super light color, and that's completely unhinged. So again, we're leaving whatever leftover this is. Just gonna add one glob of this Dorn Yellow. Oh well, this is thinner than I expected. And we're gonna add this to our mini. Okay, that color is now again very this one here very lightly. Okay, barely anything going on. Like we don't want to overtake what we just did. We just want to emphasize it a little bit more. It's like you should see all the steps basically. So we have the light yellow, medium yellow, full grain, and then same thing on the other side. Well, I like this, my favorite color, so of course I like this. And then last airbrush step for right now, well for today, or for this mini, maybe not today, maybe I do later because I paint stuff, you know. But last airbrush step for this stream at least is going to be on the base coat. We're going to just take our base back, we'll put this guy far away so we don't accidentally spray some wacky color on him. Because he don't deserve that. And then we're just going to add in our dark Reaper. Spirit, we don't need a whole lot for this base. Should be fine. Because then we're going to do like... Oh. We can leave like a whole lot. I don't want to do a complex base for this. What's going on with this Dark Reaper thing? Not thin enough, or what's the deal? It's like not coming out, which is a problem. Ah. I'm really just interested in like kind of patches of color now. I'm not looking for anything really specific. Yeah, that's fine. Now we can clean this and close down the... There we go. So that's fine, that's fine. We'll just give this a quick
Close this bitch down. There we go. So now it's that way. Oh no, just let me just check on you. I'm waiting on a delivery. I can't let stuff like. Okay, so. Okay, well, let's finish our Magnus. Let's put this base on the side here. Bring out the big boy, and so really not a whole lot of details. We'll just kind of finish up our grain stuff, right? Because that's really all that's left. We got a couple of green thingies to finish. One sheet of. So we'll thin down. We'll use this thin down green to start. And so we'll do this piece here. So we're gonna very slowly. Needs to be thinner. It's thinner is gonna work out. It's gonna be easier to. Really, this here is just. This is another one of those. How many steps do you want to put into this? Because you can put like so many or so like it's just a way. Well, do you want to be done or want to keep going? Well, we'll keep going as long as we're. Okay, and then we can use not so thin down grain. Okay, that's enough of the thin down grain. And we'll do the. Bunch of gems. And so this again, this is all the fine details, but all these little details they amount to a lot. Take our time. And there's not a whole lot of gems. Like a very large chaos dude, there's not a whole lot of gems. Two on the top of the. And this is kind of a less is more type thing, so we're not necessarily like hunting down gems and whatnot. because this color really clashes with a whole lot of this theme by design, right? Put too much. Both the legs. Oh. Okay. Bottom part. It's pretty symmetrical. That's a cool thing about this one. Not all minis are like that. This one's pretty symmetrical, so one side and you just match it to the other real quick. Some minis is more like you have to hunt for details because they're not. They're like all over. So I'm happy with this. I don't want to, again, I don't want to overdo this the gem side of things because that's not the like stupid as it sounds. The gems are not the most interesting thing because this guy is like a glowing hand and a glowing fucking staff of death. So we don't need the gems to be the showcase because this guy is already pretty showcasey to begin with. Right? So, side. And we really have like this step, and we'll probably add just a little quick shade to make sure that the gems kind of stand out on their own. So like the shade is really gonna just act out as a black lining kind of feature. It's not gonna be black, obviously. Order all of these quick. They stand on their own from the other. So here, and then eye, the one on top of the eye, and then the little thing in the hand. So then again, we're gonna thin this down a whole lot. So, and now our spell situation is like, a little bit more interesting. That's cool. Now, next up, we'll add a quick shade to all of this. And the shade is not going to really change anything on the gem itself, but it should define the little border so that they're more It's really just doing the outline of it. You can leave 0 shading on top of each gem, and that's fine. Really want the outline to be green, and that. Okay. And here we could dabble with this one. I don't think I want to, but we could add some more like shading. But I kind of like the way it looks right now. So I don't really want to. Same thing here. I'm not necessarily. We just add some details here, just like kind of gradually. So do the eye as well. The eye. I just really want to have just like a just like the tiny bit of the green. Right. So this is a pretty sweet Magnus. One thing we could do is add some more detail. There's like some filigree in there. It's like bust in it, but I don't mind it too much. We'll just finish the base and we'll be done, and that will be a 3 hour and something mini. 4 hour, 4 hour. Oh, crazy stream. But I mean, I think it's pretty fine that way. It's 3 o'clock, which yeah. So I use. You see. So we'll take our big dry brush that we used earlier, much earlier today. Make sure it's kind of dry. Should looks like it is. Smaller hair on this thing means it dries a lot quicker. That's the only bonus of this versus a makeup brush is that because the hair are shorter, they dry quicker. And don't quote me on that. It might even not be true, but I've found that they dry really quickly. Which is great because I don't know who started that stupid rumor that you're not supposed to wash these brushes ever, but there's probably somebody that sold them, but yes, you should wash them. We'll start on the sand situation just because there's more texture, so even if we have like a little bit too much on our brush, it won't matter. Sand's gonna pick it up. And we do have a lot. And around this like cork thing, you have to be very like delicate because cork, if you look at it the wrong way, it breaks. And then when it breaks, especially when you're doing this kind of like weird color on it, that's not like like sand color. Then you reveal the cork underneath, and then you get like patches of like fucking caramel brown or whatever, mocha colored dents in it, and that really sucks. And then we'll add some lighter color to again the base. I don't want to go crazy on some color there. And then again, once we have like an army or something, maybe I add like some tufts or something. This is more of a this again. I like this, and I know this kind of like gray works with Thousand Sun because they're blue and they're bold, and so having a base with like a little bit of blue in it from the base coat of gray, it sort of works. But then the tufts and stuff is more of a final detail, so that we're definitely gonna add that eventually. if I have like an army to go with. But for now, it's just I'm happy with this and get the shade around the rock. So, and I think our guy is gonna look mighty fine when we stand him on it, which is what we're gonna do right now. I just need to find a hobby knife, which should not be too far. It was, in fact, not too far. All right. The goal is to kind of catch it before it falls. That look easy. So, and then we're gonna just make sure that this fits. But I tested it before because that was like a placeholder piece. Because the real mini has like a, I think it's like a dreadnought or like it's he's stepping on like something, but I didn't really like it. Around this son of a bitch and figure itself out. So, little sploosh. Right. So he's a leaner. He's a little bit like tilted forward. I don't know. Well, he's not leaning anymore. Okay, never mind. Never mind. It's okay. It's okay. Right. Here. Because otherwise, I'll glue my hand on the. Like I can see this. I can see in the future, and I see my hand being glued to the fucking the cardboard here. Okay. So now, so we fixed our leaner situation, and now that he doesn't really wiggle on the base, and we just have two little touch-ups to do with this because of the previous like gluing attempts. Then again, the gluing is kind of a it is what it is because once we add the tufts, like for example, like this foot here, we can see some of the glue like catch like the reflection of the glue here is a little bit like you can see a spot. But really, when we add the tufts in the future, we'll just put one tuft over there, and then nobody will know. Same deal here, really. Um, so you can like mask a couple of these issues. So we'll do the side of the base here in black, of course. That's kind of the last painting step on this miniature. So we'll just, as usual, we finish this with a good old is what the people want, what the internet was created for, I think. I've been told. Again, I'm being kind of careful because there's not a whole lot of like texture to kind of stop the brush from going on tops, and I don't want to mask kind of. Sometimes it's the proper way to go, but not right now. So. All right, let me just give you a quick little spin of this fella right now. Okay. So the cool details are really like this like kind of blend here. I really like that in the hand, like the pink to purple to black to turquoise. I really dig this. I think the magenta burgundy, sorry, cloaks really came out nice. It does not blend in with the skin too much. Oh, there's a little detail here. Okay, well, you know. Oops. Yeah, that's why you do final little checkups. It's because you notice the mistakes. Probably one on the other side. Yes. So, oh, there's a bunch. Okay, there's a bunch in the legs. I did. This one here, and then the two like here, and then there's this big one. On this side, there's only the one. One in the back here, going to be invisible later. Okay. And we could shade those as well. Might be thorough. I'll just thin down Black Legion. Same. Thin down Black Legion and Black Templar are correct. Especially for purposes which is limited, let's say. Recesses. Right. Okay, so as I was saying, so pretty happy with all of the, and then again the black to uh pink to purple to black to turquoise, like I really like that. The again here we didn't do any highlight, it's just a darker staff. I kind of like it, and then the weapon has like its own little thing and it's glowing, so it shades this whole blade situation. I like that. And I think the only thing missing, or the only thing to make this guy much better, is a pair of wings. I don't know why nobody thought of that before. But lucky for us, we have wings for this guy, and that's gonna. Hopefully, it's the first time that we put him on since he's painted, so hopefully this all makes sense. And if it doesn't, well, no regrets. So first thing is we kind of nailed this little like transition. There's like a lot of the purple still showing on the wings, so they fit kind of nicely on the mini. That's good. He's same thing here. So the top is like darker. Fits really well in our buddy. We don't really need to I think I'm not gonna glue them just because they, well, as you can see, they kind of hold. Like this mini is like sideways right now, and they're kind of holding. So let's try to. Oh, there we go. It's a weird little viewpoint, but there you go. Yeah. So overall, I think this is a pretty nice piece. Nothing, too crazy. But then the main feature is like obviously this big weapon and the hand casting a spell. So I'm pretty pleased with this whole affair. And again, if you didn't catch that during the stream, so this is gonna be the last stream for a little while here, as I'm making some changes to the whole studio situation in the shop. So I'm basically dismantling the studio to focus on the shop, which is where. Because again, I'm not really a YouTube guy. I'm a paint minis guy, and right now I need to be painting minis, and this studio area is taking too much real estate, so I need to change that. I'm sure the stream will come back because I'm having a whole lot of fun. That's why I do them, is because they're fun. So they will be back eventually, but there's no fixed date, and that's gonna take a little while for me to change this whole affair back and then build kind of a new studio. So the next time you see this is probably going to be a new a new whole affair, and I do fully intend to make it better and make it more like a studio of its own, rather than this is part of my work area right now. I want to move away from that and do a real studio thing to stream when we start back, but that's going to be not for now. So thank you everybody for the support on YouTube and on these streams. I will catch you sooner rather than later, and until next time, Luxuse's hobby like champions.